Eurooppa-foorumi, jossa pohditaan Suomen ja EUn asemaa osana muuttuvaa kansainvälistä järjestystä. Vuosi 2022 on Euroopan nuorten teemavuosi, joten olenkin täällä Turussa keskustelemassa nuorten kanssa, miltä heidän silminsä vaikuttaa tämä Euroopan muuttuva tilanne. EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tästä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osa luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita,
Tuleeko jotain, ei tule mitään kinkkuja, että mä voin ottaa. Anteeksi nyt, että mä tätä puhun myös yleisölle.
Jos heität on tässä.
Joo. Hyvää huomenta.
Good morning everyone and welcome. We need to get rid of the fossil economy. We know that for many reasons, and we need an economy that relies on renewable forms of energy. What is the role of the Finnish forest industry in this? For the next 45 minutes, that will be our topic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here as well as our speakers today. This is an event organized by the Finnish forest industries. We have here the chairman of the Finnish Coalition Party, Petteri Orpo, welcome. And welcome here in Turku, coming from Helsinki, thank you. And then we have Minister of European Affairs and Ownership Steering, Tytti Tuppurainen. And then we have from the forest industries, CEO Jyrki Peisa. And I'm from another town as well. And nice to be here in Turku in this sunny morning. Yes, but for us to be able to go to the direction that is needed, we need a vision. Does Finland have a vision, Petteri Orpo? You can start. A vision of what? About what the Finnish role will be when we want to remove ourselves from the fossil fuels and fossil energy forms. I think Finland does have a vision, and we have so much competence, so many players who are actually planning but also implementing solutions of how to get rid of the fossil energy sources. And in that way, we do have a vision and the will to do so. But I think it's also a time to stop for a while, see where we are, where we're headed, to have a kind of an interim report here. And what does the Minister of European Affairs say about this? Well, I should say that in the past years, also with the pandemic, there have been so huge changes that we are forced to go through some discussions and to reform our visions regarding the future. But regarding the abandoning of fossil fuels, I think Finland is on the right track. We've also already made good solutions about this. But of course, this brutal war in Ukraine also speeds up this process, and Finland has actually a lot to give to that discussion because our dependencies have been so minor when we haven't really got any imports from Russia apart from some LNG. So actually this does not have much impact in the everyday lives of citizens, so we don't really need to fear so much. But in Germany, the situation is very different. So Finns have a lot to give here. And I do believe that a circular economy that is based on forests and wood has a lot to give here. Well, Mr. Peisa, do you feel that Finland has a lot to give here from the perspective of the forest industry? Well, yes and no. I have to agree that Finland has been able to reduce our fossil emissions comparing to other countries, particularly compared to China and India. So we can say that Finland has had a vision with regard to the reduction of emissions. But then we can say, what should we use to replace it? Of course, we are looking at it from the forest point of view, and that is basically our biggest resource. And this is where we have a lot to do, and the EU has a role to play here. And I would call for a national coherent understanding of how we should look at our forests and also regarding their utilization in a sustainable manner. Since we are here in the European Forum, talking about this relationship between Europe and Finland, how important is it to try and make a difference in Europe when we're talking about the forest industry? It is clear that we need a kind of a national consensus. It's nothing new to talk about forests because there's a lot of passion regarding forests. Some want to talk about the carbon levels. For some, it's a place for recreation, hunting, and so on. And for others, it's, of course, a source of their daily income. Finns are quite familiar with this discussion, although it's been quite heated at times. But I would still say that in the big picture, we are not that far away. We're not that apart from each other. If we think about Marin's government, you could imagine that there would be very varied opinions regarding this. But now that we've found our common government program and we've been able to define our policy also with quite difficult questions regarding this issue. But it is important that Finland has a clear message to give, and for that we do need a national consensus. On the question of how important it is to influence Europe, it is key really at the moment, because our use and utilization of forests, that is mostly regulated by Europe. And now is the time for the climate packages, Fit for 55 and so on. We are being defined. We're taking the taxonomy forward. So it's really the time for us to use all our efforts to make a difference. And I have to say that Minister Tuppurainen has had an important role here. But we can see that what we can do together, because this can't be handled by just one person. I hope we can do this also together with the Finnish environmental organizations so that we would have one vision of how to use the Finnish forest. I don't think we have the national consensus there quite yet with regard to balancing these this question of economic utilization and the carbon sinks. So I agree that we're quite close already. There are people who want to protect everything, and then there are, I'm exaggerating, but who want to cut down everything. So we have to find a consensus somewhere in between and take that message to Brussels here. That is a good estimate, but I still think that in Finland we agree that the forest industry is national, our common policy. I don't think there is such harmony in the EU. Some people remind us quite correctly that Europe has the competence when we talk about these questions, also in land use questions and so on. But we want to hold on to the fact that forest policy is national. That's what we want to hold on to. Here I would like to ask, since we are getting very close to Jyrki Peesa's industry, you've been talking about a regulation tsunami coming from the European Union. How does that fit with this wish of having the forest policy in our hands, as Finns? Maybe, just as Minister Tuppurainen said, the premise has always been that the forest policy would be in our national hands. But in these climate competence questions, the Commission and the EU have come very, very close. And it is difficult for me to figure out any further regulations coming up that would actually get even deeper into the forest policies that has happened so far with the climate arguments. So you can argue that the forest policy is national, but actually they've already interfered in the core of the forest policy. You can already question if it's national any longer, because there's so much regulation now that deals with forestry from a slightly different perspective, but it's still hardcore forest policy. I fully agree with that. I agree that forest policy should be national, but the situational picture is as Mr. Peisa described it, and these regulations have really hit to the core of the substance in the forest policy in Finland, and it's very difficult to understand that with our common sense. When we look at the forests in Finland, we have a very different perspective. We know that in the Central Europe, they've cut down their forests. We know we have this great carbon sink we need to protect. But when we get to the practical level, they're not hearing our message about how well we can take care of our forests up here in the north. And there is a clear conflict with that. And I want to repeat that we need to join our forces to get the best possible outcome, make sure that the EU won't interfere too deeply with the core of our forest policy. May I comment? It's not really up to individual ministers' activities so much, or the officials' activities. If we think about the current status, on the 6th of June 19, Antti Rinne government started, and von der Leyen was appointed as a commissioner in 1 month after that. There was just 1 month in between. Actually, the Finnish government didn't have much say in the commission agenda. And once we knew that the commission released their own agenda and we knew who the essential commissioners were, from that day onwards we actually knew that the Commission will interfere with our national forest policy significantly. We have the European elections coming up in June 24. From then on, it will take some time before the Commission will have its own program drafted, and we have our parliamentary elections in the spring 23, and there we have a time frame where we can try and affect the agenda of the Commission. That would require us to pick a couple of points, important priorities that we want to try and include in the agenda of the Commission. Tytti Tuppurainen, do you feel that we were late at the time? This is an interesting thought, that we were late. But everybody can see that von der Leyen's Commission is the leading player thinking about the pandemic or the war in Ukraine. The Green Deal has been really the key here. And of course, Frans Timmermans, the deputy chair of the Commission, is very stubborn. He doesn't listen to anybody. And if he does, he carefully selects that. And I come from the same Democrat party, and it's sometimes difficult to find harmony with him. But he's very ambitious, he's very determined, and he has the Commission's support for his measures, naturally. Otherwise, it wouldn't make such progress. We could see that the Green Deal is coming, but that it is being promoted in such a way as part of the forest strategy, for example, that they are creating such regulation that we've been doing in Finland for years. So it's hard for me to understand. I've been a member of committee with forest issues for 8 years, and I know how we've been doing our national forest inventories. And now we need to start doing this under the EU, the same type of inventories. And now the EU requires new types of structures where we've had our own structures for decades. So why do they want, under the EU, start doing things here that we, on the member state level, have managed for years and decades already? So they should have allocated the regulation to those areas where it has the biggest effect and leave room for the subsidiarity We have tried to make a difference. Thank you, Petteri, for your words. We've been working very hard. Prime Minister Marina has, together with the Swedish ministers, both Löfven and Radisson, been talking about these issues, and we've been collecting the same countries that understand about the issues with forests, including France. That was nice. And LULUCF and the other programs were not catastrophic for Finland. They're quite all right. But we need to continue with this influencing. In terms of forests, the member states are so different. Some member states were built hundreds of years ago, but in Finland, the urbanization only took place after the Second World War, after the 1950s, actually, the urbanization and the building up of cities in a significant way. So the forestry levels differ so much from the tulip levels up here to our levels. So we need to reinforce the collaboration. You said that it sounds like Timmermans is really doing anything he wants, and Finland doesn't have much to say about it. Well, that's not the case, of course, but I think everybody knows by now how strong Timmermans is. He's not a dictator, of course. The EU is a community of different opinions, and our voice has been heard. But, for example, the forest strategy, we could influence its content in a positive way, actually. So the outcome for us ultimately is such that we could adopt it, and many things could be adopted. I could say that the Council managed to make LULUCF and the Fit for 55 programs such that we could adopt it. But if I should talk about France, he has his vision, rejecting the climate change, and that is really our number one issue. And for us, we have the sustainable development point of view that we need to combine the social and economic sustainability with that.
I've been thinking about this as a whole and also how we can impact on it. And as I was also part in the previous government, I remember what we spoke about taxonomy. We saw it more as a possibility, and we didn't have an understanding on how far in detail it might go. And therefore, I join in saying that this happened very fast. We had to face it within a month. And how abruptly, how strongly it has been taken also on board in the Commission's work program must have come as a surprise to all of us. So it would have been difficult to influence this beforehand, as we didn't know how far, to what direction it was going to go. But if we take a look forward and thinking of how we influence the following Commission work program, we have room for maneuver there. And it is also good and positive to note that as every 4 years we give to the Parliament a program on how we can influence the EU bodies. So it could be also something that is a document which the future committee and other involved committees are aware of, and we could update that. And that is then a paper that we use for exercising influence. So therefore we could also have a better discussion in the country at national level, and we could also improve our Finnish vision in that sense. I have had to, as I'm in the opposition, so I have to say something. I am glad to see that the government has found a common understanding, but it was a bad moment as we had the commissioner in charge of the agri matters that we were not able to form a joint opinion of the government on how to influence on that particular part of the Commission. So that is something of importance. So what would you like to comment first? First about the EU report, or then that we missed the opportunity when Timmermans was in Finland? Maybe not, neither of them. Petteri already took the role of the opposition. in his previous comment. So of course, as the current government has been able to come to a national consensus on all matters, which is valuable, and I'd like to also say that we won't be misunderstood this, that the Social Democrats are passionate, both in Finland and in EU, to enhance the ways to combat climate change. And it is also important also how we relate to energy issues, and the forest issues are also very important and crucial in this. And I've had good debates with the commissioners and also with the Commissioner Timmermans, but we can see to a certain extent the national characteristics and how they are withered in a sense, but we want to highlight ours. And therefore, of course, any propositions are welcome. And we've tried this. The previous government, where the National Coalition Party was involved, didn't make a report, but made strategies for influencing. And we criticized this in the parliament as we always got them retroactively. So things had already happened, and that was not really ideal. But perhaps as the world is changing so rapidly and the electoral period is also 4 years and world is changing so much within it, so it is not very inflexible. So all means and measures are worth using. So was this a good idea? Fairly good. I'd like to comment to that. I think these are all good ideas, even from the perspective of parliamentarians, that the way we do have the Grand Committee that handles the opinions of the Council of State. But then I think more important is that the future government will have a common understanding. It could be even more noble, but a joint vision on where we want to go. And then use that. If we've had a clear debate within the government, how we are going to emphasize and what, from what angle, so that we can also give an opinion and be influential beforehand. If Mr. Timmermans visits Finland or Mr. Guinness, who's in charge of taxonomy, that is not a solution if the vote will take place the following week. We have to be influencing much earlier. And I'd like to say that also loud. Prime Minister Marina and Minister Tuppurainen have done a good job for Finland in very critical situations, and a very important work indeed. But the problem lies in the fact that the many stands taken in this coalition. We have the Greens, the Left Alliance, the Swedish Party, the Centre Party, and the Social Democrats. So there are different and differing opinions. This is for me, this is for you, trade-offs. And they are not so concrete. And when the civil servant is reading that, they can, on good grounds, then emphasize either or. They are not concrete and tangible enough, and they're not sharp enough. They're not taken early enough. So this doesn't sound like a joint vision. Perhaps we'll hear more from Mr. Orpo. I didn't mean by any ways that this would have been already resolved. But then, as we didn't have a joint understanding in the form of consensus, that also made things more difficult. And that's what we touched upon to begin with. Independently on who is in the government or which parties are dominating the parliament, we have to find a consensus on how we think about environmental issues, energy issues, and we have to take a common stand, which we then want to bring forward. So we need to have one way forward when we jointly opted, because the world is going to change, so that we also want to more and more think about the national benefit. It is not perhaps our thought that we want to build joint Europe and also want to share joint responsibility, because also in Europe they think about national benefits, and the forest issue is such that we have to be bolder and have to think about more strongly about our national benefit as well. Can I just say, before Tytti also wants to continue on from this, I agree with this. In France, agriculture is a key national issue. There's a consensus that the decision makers have to take care of it. And then again, automotive for Germany is the same. So we'd have to be courageous enough in Finland to identify the export parts of our exports, which we also want to emphasize on. And then we have to think that it is so important for us that no other country will do that for us, for instance, forest and forest industry for Finland. So we have to take joint action. Exactly so. I wouldn't like to make you believe that our EU partners would not know that forest policy is important for Finland. They certainly do. That has been taken forward both not only Finland but Sweden as well as Austria, which is also an important partner for us, and also having the same understanding. So I'm in the General Affairs Council, and when the agricultural ministers, energy ministers convene, we'll bring it forward on the table that forests are important for Finland, and that is also how the environmental ministers discuss. So I wouldn't like to put us against each other. So we have this very small country of Finland, which is standing up against the mean EU that wants to destroy our virtuous aspirations, as that can also be then thought in the form that it will become expensive for our forest industry, as we need the European Union, the internal markets, the power of the Europe to have demand on the internal markets too. If I interpret the men present here right, it has felt that our stance, our opinions have been slightly watered down, in the sense that, as we know that there are so different parties in the government, the Central Party and the Greens. So what is your vision? Have you felt at some point that you are taking a fairly lean, weak message? I consider it has been a very strong message, very balanced, and as I said that in the beginning, and Peter referred to that too, the forest policy has to have different components: nature conservation, protecting our climate, forest economy, and different perspectives. So unavoidably, it is about the entity as a whole. And of course, if we wish to, we can always just look at one dimension of the whole. So that is a challenge, to take a full, complete message. And I have discussed a lot with experts of forest industry, and I do have trust on that our forest industries also understand that we have to combat climate change and also take care of our nature and natural resources. But why does it then sound so that we are always making use of wood and exploiting it? So it is a common challenge. I do not believe either that it would be unclear for other European countries that forests are important for Finland and the forest industry is important. But then the perspective that they take when they think further, very often in far too many countries, is wrong, as they can see forests as a big natural value and a carbon sink. And they do not understand how we take care of our forests in Finland. What is forestry in Finland? And that is something that we have to tell them more at European level. And we saw this. I've had discussions for a couple of days in the European Parliament when I met up with the chairpersons of different delegations, and we spoke about forest-related issues, and these were people from the EPP. So I am not really defending on their perspective. So we do have to be more influential, work much more, so that we get more knowledge about what is done in Finland. As there's basic knowledge, then we can also get our issues through. Let us note here that forest owners and forest companies have taken measures. They've also shown that they take this matter seriously. And let us know that the earlier measures will support us, but we need also further measures. And what is the problem then? It was referred to by both speakers here. It is not about taking these things into account. We have to take into account the climate change and combating it, but we have to also take it into account that the European Commission is drafting legislation and regulations all the time, where forest is being tried to define in terms of how much protective area you need, to protective zones you have to leave, and different types of initiatives that take these into account. And Tutti mentioned this, as she's been part of the Agri Committee, and she knows the matter. And in Finland, we've handled these matters for a long time. And then the European Commission from Brussels will tell us in detail. And if I were a forest owner, I would be quite puzzled on how they can tell me how a very small lot has to be managed as they are so wise. And this is exactly how it works. That's also the level that is used when we are being regulated. So there are regulations from different perspectives, regulate us from the financial points, from consumption points, and so forth. So there's no understanding on one particular sustainability criteria that would be used. There are such that are also conflicting and even changing in a different pace. So it is in practice very difficult at company level to monitor how they should be producing, how they should be taking measures so that they fulfill the sustainability criteria. Very complex, a difficult environment. Well, I'd give you a bit of a feed from Petteri Taalas, who 2 days ago, as he was interviewed, he said that forests are seen as carbon sinks, and we've seen that too here in our debate, as Finland itself in the climate negotiations highlighted their role as carbon sinks in the EU, and therefore forests as drivers of our economy and our employment have been forgotten. I'd like to hear your comments on this. Should we shift them from Mr. Timmermans' table to somewhere else? This is exactly the error in terms of perspectives on why in Europe our economic use of forest is not acknowledged as it seems to be the enemy of climate policy, but it's not when we do things right. And if you allow me, I'll say something else, as I had a great joy and pleasure to be the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry in 2014. I just understood, and now we go to the agricultural policy side, the problem is regulation, and bureaucracy in the primary production. And as now Europe is building a similar type of a bureaucratic puzzle in forest policy and forest economy as well, and then we have to think about the protection zones. And in the forestry policy, we've now gotten the French bureaucracy and German control and monitoring. So please let us not take it to our own country. Let's trust on ourselves as well. I hope that we're not facing a situation ever that we'd have the same type of subsidies in forest economy as in agriculture. If we also are involving public money here, we're really going to get lost. So let's hope we'll keep the market regulation on. Tutti, would you like to continue and comment? Well, we are not really reading a different page, as when we take a look into things that we've discussed here, the taxonomy, and then the forest strategy, LULUCFs, and we can save ourselves. We have also legal right to say that this is of national competence. And I am of the opinion that the Finnish forest owner, according to the sustainable principles and the policy, can do it by themselves. And this is how it should be. And I do believe in this, and this government is of this opinion. I'm sure that the following government is also considering it that way, and we also wish to bring in sustainability and manage our forests that way. So somehow the idea about not thinking of future generations and we'd clear cut and log down all our forests, that is not what is going to happen. We have not perhaps succeeded in everything, but when we think of Finnish forests, and as much as I've followed up with things, we try to be sustainable in managing our forests and forest economy. And I'd like to raise something which is important for future months. It is fatal, it is vital. And I've observed certain key figures in Europe that they have an understanding that in Finland we burn logs proper, which would be worth being used for something else, and that is a severe claim, and we shouldn't accept this because, of course, wood has to be used for what is its worth. So burning wood is not reasonable. Then, now, after Russia instigated the aggression war on Ukraine, we are facing an exceptional situation. I'm not envying smaller energy production plants or bigger energy production plants or not even a Finnish person. No, not at all. When we think of what is going to be burning in the boilers, so we may find a situation that we're facing that we have to temporarily make use of such wood material that could be better used somewhere else, and to adjust this to the fact that we are aspiring for sustainable forestry in Finland, and this is just a temporary solution to the crisis. That is a serious issue. As the images, ideas, they can linger on for years and remain both in those houses and offices that do not understand our Finnish forest economy at all. And we certainly also will hear about that in Finland. Let's take a look a bit further. We've spoken about a future government, and there is electoral campaign heavily going on. We do have the number 1 and 2 present here. And then we'll also coming up to the European elections a year after that we've had our parliamentary elections and also set up the government. So what would you like to see in the program of the government if you can have your say on it, and what the organizations that you represent would wish for it? Let's speak about the national program first and then the commission papers after that. Petteri. If we think of where we are in the panel organized by the Finnish forest industries, here let's concentrate on the forests now. But I'd really like to see in the government program how we are going to keep up the competitiveness of Finland. We can also believe in future, as it is only about economic growth that can then make us sustainably managing our society. And if we acknowledge in our government program that forest industry is one of the cornerstones, and we also secure its prerequisites and acknowledge and identify the threats, but also the opportunities, as that is also what the forest industry is providing, even for the climate change in terms of energy. And we also seek for the right direction, establish our program for how to exercise influence, but also make sure that we get it recorded rightly, both for our national program but also in the EU programs, that we can make the use of all our knowledge and competence. And how about SDP, the Social Democrats?
Well, it sounds something we can negotiate. And the ideology of the sustainable development, that is really deep in my thinking. In Finland, we must be able to carry out these ideas, that we have the social, environmental and economic aspects, and so that we can also include everybody there and everything there, and use those resources we have. We have a significant forest industry, and it has a key role in going over to the fossil-free economy. And these forest owners who look after the forests are also taking care of our carbon sinks. So it has a very big role for us. And I think that in our EU policy, we must try to consider the Finnish perspectives with regard to forests whenever they talk about, for instance, biodiversity in the EU. I'm sure in the upcoming years it's not enough for us to say that the forest policy is national and that's it, because it is a fact that on the other sectors the regulation reaches the forests too. But we hold on to our idea that the forest economy is national. Finland will not give the competency to the EU in these questions as such. How does that sound to the forest industries? Sounds very good, of course. And I have been following her political career, and I'm not surprised by what she said. But maybe I should raise one more point having to do with the carbon sinks and so on. Maybe the key to the environmental impacts of forest industry has to do with the products, as Tytti mentioned. All the products that are being manufactured in Finland, whether they are packages or other plastics replacing products, perhaps some battery basic materials instead of fossil materials, some wood-based products such as lignin. They have huge potential with the current products, but also with new products. And these products will replace products that would otherwise be made of fossil sources and that have high emissions. And this discussion does not really consider that fact. They're just looking at the growth of forests per annum, but they don't look at the advantages gained from these new types of products. And another point I want to make is that in order for the carbon sink to be strong in future too, it means that forests must be really taken care of. We know from Canada, when you don't do that, the forests come to the end of their life cycle and their insects come and take over the forest and we lose the CO2 impacts. And I'm just saying that when they create the regulation, these viewpoints should be considered. Petteri, you had a comment. Just a brief comment about the next government program. I think it would be necessary to send the message that we commit to not increasing costs for the industry by new decisions. I think we agree on that decision, but it's good to say it out loud because we are always competing with the investments that we make with regard to forestry. If we have Sweden and other peer countries, it's on the fairly same level. In Finland, we must look after our competitiveness, and that is an important message. But I would like to touch on what you mentioned regarding the solutions that the Finnish companies are offering within the forest sector. And I would love to have more of these measurements and calculations, because as long as we're only looking at what's going on in our country, it's too narrow when Finnish global companies are providing global solutions. If we talk about Neste or the latest investments by UPM on fuels. So these are huge solutions that globally will replace the fossil sources. That should be taken into consideration and taken into this discussion. I think, as Petteri Täällä says, there is too much talking about these threats all the time. I think Finns would need the positive message about everything that's already been done and that we still can do. Actually, this discussion was supposed to be about our good products and opportunities, but I think we got stuck a bit in the fact that that is not even clear in Europe. Well, are we late now, or can we still have a say with the next Commission's program? Who's working on this? Who should be working on this? And what is the key message for the Commission? Well, the Parliament required in its response to the government's EU communique that we need to make this work more efficient. And in the EU Secretary, they have been working more on this. They are making our concept stronger and enhancing our influence, because that's what the Parliament is requiring, and it is important. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel. The core messages from our forest industry have been understood, and we're taking that message forward. I'm keeping it up. My colleagues know about that also. The Prime Minister, together with the Swedish Prime Ministers, have made their stances very clear. And now I think that when we are approaching the change of term with the Commission, they need to consider the changed environment after the post-pandemic, the post-war, to do with the autonomous situations. I think in this situation we have a better understanding of the national characteristics, and it is a huge opportunity for us to bring up Finnish questions that are important to us nationally, and forests are one of these important questions. And then also I would like to raise the point of using peat. Otherwise, we won't have our tomatoes and cucumbers, because we need the peat to be able to grow them. And we need to raise these questions because we just can't take it for granted that in Paris and Brussels they know that we're growing our vegetables in peat. So we do need to keep it up and repeat it to the new commissioners, the new MEPs, the new members of the committee. So it is, of course, continuing work, but what is lacking from here is the forest competence. I want to take it up because when I was meeting the Prime Minister of Portugal, António Costa, it was surprising that they wanted to take it up because they had problem with wildfires, and they would benefit greatly from our competence, for example, using the buffer zones and so on. And unfortunately, wildfires were a big issue for them even this summer and too. So Finland can have surprising solutions and perspectives to this. And you mentioned the raking of forests, as President Trump brought that up. Maybe that was a translation error. But, well, maybe it's good to end our discussion with this laughter that raking the forests brought us. But Mr. Peisa, would you like to say the last words? Yes, I will. I want to say thank you for this discussion. Thank you.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelevat siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
No niin, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota sit näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyön mahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä, ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestynein tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia, mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU vaikuttaa meidän kaikkien elämään, mutta monen arjessa se voi tuntua kaukaiselta. Nuorilla on kuitenkin merkittävä rooli paremman tulevaisuuden luomisessa. Miten teidän mielestä näiden EU-maiden korkeakoulujen yhteistyötä voitaisiin tiivistää ja mitkä ne vaikutukset voisi olla?
No EU-tasolla ollaan tehty aika paljon. EU on pyörinyt siellä pitkälti taustalla. Se on luonut erilaisia puitteita ja yhteistyömahdollisuuksia näiden yliopistojen tasolla. Yksi on semmoinen, että opintopisteitä ollaan yhtenäistetty, ja niin kuin näitä tutkintoja sit hyväksytään myös toisissa jäsenmaissa. Mutta sitten taas tämä EUn ehkä menestyneen tarina tässä on tämä Erasmus-ohjelma, jonka kautta moni korkeakouluopiskelija lähtee vaihtoon toisiin Euroopan maihin. EU-tasolla ollaan tehty myös tämmöinen Eurooppa-yliopistoaloite, missä kansallisista yliopistoista tehtäisiin tämmöisiä Eurooppa-yliopistoja, missä näiden yliopistojen välinen yhteistyö syvennettäisiin ja yhtenäistettäisiin kokonaan. Ja opiskelijoille, jotka opiskelee siellä yliopistossa, niin he pystyisivät vaihdella näitä opintoja näiden yliopistojen välillä. Että esimerkiksi jos aloitat ensimmäisen vuoden Suomessa, niin toisen vuoden voisit opiskella Italiassa, kolmannen Ranskassa, jolloin tässä tuo paljon kansainvälisempiä opiskelijoita.
Nonni, toi kuulostaa aika hyvältä. Mitä EU voisi tehdä opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden edistämiseksi?
Euroopan unioni on asettanut erilaisia direktiivejä, jotka kohdistuu sosiaali- ja terveydenhuollon palveluihin. Vaikka niin kuin Euroopan unionilla ei ole suoranaista valtaa jäsenmaiden terveydenhuollon palveluihin, niin silti mun mielestä voisi sellaisia suurempia linjavetoja tehdä. Ja on esimerkiksi terveydenhuollon palveluiden järjestämiseen ja kilpailuun liittyviä direktiivejä, niin mun mielestä ihan yhtä lailla voisi tehdä sellaisia mitkä luo painetta esimerkiksi sellaisille maille, jossa opiskelijoiden mielenterveyden haasteita tai palveluita ei ole tarpeeksi huomioitu.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Hyvää aamupäivää ja tervetuloa.
Good morning and welcome to this discussion where we are talking about the cross-border cooperation, its significance in this changing world. Hopefully we have the future, a vision for the future, and can think about where we should direct our resources. The cross-border cooperation in the past 10-15 years has gone through considerable challenges. First, we had the refugee crisis, where, for example, the border between Malmö and Copenhagen for the first time came into use after the wars. Then the pandemic struck, and we were in trouble with it. After that, we've seen the Russian invasion that closed our eastern borders. On all these areas, we have been used to cross-border cooperation being an opportunity for us to do things and work without giving a second thought of what nationality we are when we want to purchase services and goods. And this you can see in the city of Lappeenranta and during the pandemic in Tornio, Haparanda, where I have personally tried to find the border landmark. It's quite a challenge to find it, but all of a sudden that became something relevant for their everyday lives. We are faced with a new situation. And Olav Järn, you have been long engaging in the regional cooperation, and you have also been instrumental in the European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, EGTC, and the terms here in Finnish and Swedish as well. And this was now adopted by the Finnish and Swedish governments, and it started operations on the 1st of January 2021. So we've been having this EGTC up and running for 18 months. In this sea region, why was it needed and why did you work so hard for it? Well, the background for this was, of course, that there was another organization that had been established 50 years ago, 1972, and this was for our Kvark region, and they had got funding, and in 1995 we got these Interreg programs. And then in Europe, in Brussels, they were thinking about that Nordic Border Region Committee. They were wondering what that actually is. And in 2019, the Council of Kvarken took the decision to change when it had been a registered association in Finland. So we will change its legal position according to the European legislation, the EGTC. And the basis was that it is an independent legal entity across the borders, and secondly, it is recognized in Europe. It is also a strategic choice, because then we can have a much bigger influence on the EU level when we have an EGTC platform where we have all the 79 EGTCs around Europe involved. So it looks after their advocacy work, and it facilitates, for example, the use of funds from the Interreg program. So it was a clear upgrade for us, and it's the first ever between two Nordic countries, and the first one in Finland. The first one in Finland, but there are 80 in Europe. Why are we lagging behind so much that we only have one that has been in operation for 18 months? This is an interesting question. Back in 2006, when this EU legislation and came into force, Finland gave, of course, its own national legislation regarding it, and there Finland's position was very kind of restricted. Our starting point was that we already had good collaboration across the borders in the Nordic countries, that we wouldn't have needed that instrument. But in our national law, we have restricted the activities of this EGTC so that it only meets the minimum level. The same attitude was adopted by the Swedish government. Now the atmosphere has changed, but I do believe that the reason for that was that we were quite happy with our Nordic pattern. In Vaasa or Umeå, that region, what has happened in the past 17 months that wouldn't have happened without this? Of course, the advocacy on the EU level, has become much more intense. We've been able to get some feedback, and we got a concrete step when the new Interreg program Aurora, that is a combination of the Atlantic and Northern program, so it covers a very wide geographical area, and this CGTC organization can apply for funds in the Interreg programs for all its member organizations, and the secretary or the secretariat in Umeå felt that we still need to seek for adoptions for all the member states that are involved in one project, and this is where we applied for the Aurora funding, and we were in contact with the EGTC platform. We got lots of support from there, and it was actually a clear picture. It's enough to have the Council of Quark EGTC signing this application, because in our legal status it says that we are responsible for that funding and our members ultimately. And this was a clear victory for us, because it was one benefit that is very significant that we achieved with the EGTC. The EU Parliament, I think it was in 2018, autumn 2018, criticized that we haven't been able to utilize the EGTC in full. Now we have a member of the European Parliament, Mauri Pekkarinen, joining us online. What other hopes does the European Parliament have for this type of collaboration in order for it to be improved even further here in the Northern Quark area, but also elsewhere in Europe? First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. First of all, I have to say that in the area of the European Union, the collaboration across borders is a very diverse area. And when we talk about this EGTC run by Olaf and compare it, for example, with the collaboration on the Finnish eastern border, or with the nature of collaboration in the coastal areas in the southern area of Finland towards the Baltic countries, or if we look at Lapland as the fourth area, we can state that all these areas are very different characteristically, and the Interreg programs in the European Union, crossing borders, and the various cross-border programs should be different, because the reality in those areas around these borders it varies greatly. Here in the west, between Finland and Sweden, for instance, although partly there is some sea between us, and then in the north not, this cooperation has been very natural even before this, and much more extensive than in many other regional programs that are cross-border programs and what they even wish to have. So the situations vary greatly, and what is going on with Olav and his partners is sets an example to many European regions with regard to how this cooperation and its practical operative content could be developed. And if you allow me, I would like to remind us about the significance of the Interreg programs. It is 10 billion euros worth of funding that the EU funds these various Interreg programs, and I won't get deeper into that, but the value is 10 billion altogether. And if I recall, Finland receives about 160 million euros in the Finnish region in collaboration with other partners for these cross-border programs. 10 billion euros. How much is 10 billion of all the regional development funding? You could say that in the whole regional policy, in 7 years, EU uses about 360 billion, and 10 billion out of that is used for these border programs. Maybe I'm digressing from the core of your question. By all this, I'm trying to say that compared to the big lump sum that the EU is using for its regional policy and what they're using for the Interreg program, here is one of 36 parts, and how this money is used in the various parts of Europe varies a lot, and the activities in which Olaf is involved, I think, is one of the best examples that this money can be used for. So that's my introduction. I'm not sure if I answered your questions here. Thank you. Tuulia Vähäheikki. You have been strongly involved, and are still, in the world of Interreg, particularly on the eastern border. You have a long experience of that. How do you see the fact that the government and your own ministry would want to develop these things from the Finnish perspective? Thinking about the new EGTC entity, I'm sure it's clear that the Nordic cooperation will face a kind of a renaissance in the next few years due to the recent events, and how we, Finland, nationally need to shift our focus from the eastern border towards some new directions. For other Finnish regions, it will be a bigger challenge, and for others, these partnerships have already been well established towards Sweden and Norway, for example. So this is the big picture in a way. The significance of the Interreg and cross-border programs, sharing that with the Finnish population, I think is not being heard very well, because our applicants have always been very skilled, or rather that they already know this message. So all these programs where Finland is involved, we've been able to find funding for the Finnish players. Olaf, do you have a vision or a hope, a dream that you would like to see coming true with your long experience? Now you've managed to achieve this. What next? It is largely a question of legal and administrative barriers at the borders. Recently, I read the latest report by the EU on the EU's regional borders. And in a way, this pandemic indicated that suddenly the very tight cooperation across borders can be halted, totally even, when administrative and legal barriers emerge. For example, in the Tornio region, it was really a nasty surprise when the border was closed. So this daily interaction across the border became impossible. There were quarantines ordered, and the fact that we have the Interreg funding to develop new activities. In addition, we need to see the border areas as specific areas that are very diverse, as Mauri said, and their histories vary around Europe. And how this cooperation works is also quite varied. But often the question is that the border somehow restricts these activities, and that means that we need to be able to deal with these areas as independent areas regardless of the border. And the EU must also look at, in the Nordic cooperation, at how to abolish these borders. And that has to do with traffic, infrastructure, public transport, healthcare, education, and the labor market. These are the key areas. For example, in the Tornio region, if you work in Finland or live in Finland, go to work in Sweden, it is impossible to open a bank account in a Swedish bank. So there are plenty of things that we need to focus on. Thank you. For us not to live in the dream that everything's fine, we can give some other examples. For example, when the border area of France and Spain, it's a mountainous area, they have been building a hospital serving all the citizens, regardless of their nationality. You can go to give childbirth there or get other treatment between the German or in the German and Dutch border with the Interreg program. A couple of years ago, there was a study conducted with the question of why these hospital bacteria are practically non-existent in the Netherlands, whereas it's a big problem in Germany. But there were many people around the border, but they were not allowed to cross the border. So they developed this kind of a cooperation method, and all of a sudden, the biggest solution to reduce the amount of hospital bacteria was to wash your hands in Germany. Of course, there were some other tricks, but that was the key thing. And this has been now developed in at all the Dutch borders, so that people can also get an appointment across the border. But as you said, during the pandemic, all those opportunities were lost as well. So these good practices can be found elsewhere too. I'm not sure if all these things work in the Tornio region. So many areas have good examples that we can look to in other regions. Mauri, you've had a long career also as a minister and member of the government, and now you've been working in the European context in Brussels for a long time. What do you think was the lesson learned from the pandemic in this respect? Well, again, I would put things into two categories here. There are those border regions where the life before the pandemic, everyday life, was such that you didn't need to pay much attention to the border. And now the pandemic closed these borders down, so they had to start to care about them. And I think all have referred to this stage that we are getting back. We're trying to find ways to have within the EU, between the borders between the countries, could be not removed, but not paid attention to that much. And then in line with your example, make people's everyday lives easier so they can freely move across the border. And this is the second part of, roughly speaking, of these interaction, cross-border interaction. But then the other side are such borders where the EU is facing a non-EU country like we had or have Russia. And we still have, of course, many countries in the Eastern, Central Europe that are bordering with a non-EU country. And just to make the necessary everyday dealings easier. Those activities that are needed in the cross-border operations, though, they have much lower ambitions there, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be important measures, as they used to be important between Russia and Finland earlier on, so that people would understand across the borders each other. They would understand what intentions those the other side of the border have to develop their own region, and would be prepared to see that maybe we could learn from them, perhaps. Now we all know that this is no longer happening between Finland and Russia, nor with any other EU country and Russia. And of course, the sad reason is Putin's war in Ukraine. However, part of the EU states are still countries who have another non-EU country neighboring than Russia. Well, when we just talked about the amounts of money being used, maybe we should still remember that even in Interreg, when Finland pays the European Union 3, we get back a bit less than 1. So Finland is a clear payer country, a net payer, and we have, of course, the external border, but also internal border, in particular with Sweden. Nevertheless, in the Interreg funding, Finland is paying the EU much more than what it gains. I think this is something that is our MEP's job, but also the government's job, to try to make the rest of Europe understand the challenges we have with the cross-border cooperation, and most of all, when we talk about Sweden, what opportunities we have, say, with the battery industry or many other industries, not to mention tourism, with the new tools and means of cross-border cooperation to promote Finland's and Sweden's cause, but also the whole EU.
Thank you. I would dare to say that Interreg as an instrument is not enough. But as Mauri said, this is the task of the government and of the European Parliament, and I think we'd also need to change the thinking model so that the border regions would be considered interesting also beyond the spheres of the Interreg funding instruments. Or is that a totally impossible idea? What do you think? A good question. The Interreg cooperation between the member states, it has been considered very important when negotiating for funding, but the final outcome has not always been so successful in the budget received. But thinking of the long-term goals and priorities of Finland, they are stable. Our geography is something we cannot change. Our eastern border is extremely long, and we have to bear in mind that when we go to the negotiation tables. And of course, it's also to be remembered that we have a Baltic Sea cooperation, which has been important, will be important for us, and is also something to be developed and is extremely important for that, as well as also the Arctic area cooperation. So these are the elements for us in terms of cross-border cooperation and for the package to be made and also to be kept up when we speak about funding. But it is also about the EU rules, which stipulate that other cooperation, but regional cooperation should also be international, but it's still at its very early phases when we think of Interreg. So why can't we get any further in that sense? regions, of course, consider their own development in form of a package, and some things are perhaps more wisely done nationally from the structural funds, and then some others are better to be brought to the cross-border negotiation tables. Do you consider, Olaf, that there are certain other possibilities than the legal support that you referred to, which has made it easier to apply for development funds for the Kvarken area, for the other cross-border areas? Are there some measures that you think could be developed? We've spoken about, for instance, aviation, meaning that planes using electricity as fuel could be a new form of vehicle. So is this just too much of a Star Wars kind of thinking, or could it really be real? Regarding aviation and making it more electrical, that is real. It is going to happen. And that is why the Kvarken Council has started an initiative already where we look into such opportunities between smaller airports. Things that take place currently start from grassroots level around Europe. And municipalities, for instance, are very active in this respect. They invest their own public money for such cooperation as well. Something that is then perhaps a disturbing factor or causes us pain could, for instance, be regarding the labor markets, that how to recognize qualifications and diplomas from other countries. And that is something that we have quite restrictive requirements nationally, which also then limits the possibility of moving across borders. So therefore, regarding traffic infrastructure, when we at national level in Finland, for instance, make national plans for railways and roads, so then we have a totally unknown, uncovered area across the border, and we should make more plans together with the other border region country and also draft programs that are supporting each other. We can change regulations in that sense. And the national statistics institutions are not producing data which would help us, but then they will inform us other social and economic facts cross borders, which can be important. I remember Minister Ole Norrback, who was attending this seminar, and he spoke about the region of Tornio-Haaparanta, and he showed a slide, which I think that was from the 1980s. When you presented either the city of Tornio or Haaparanta, you saw the border, and then the other side was shown grey on the map. And if you were presenting something in Sweden, Finland was a grey area. And then a few years later, suddenly, they started marketing the area as a whole for tourism even. But that is how far we went first. And I visited it 3 or 4 years ago, this particular region. And I noted they even have a bus station, which is in common for both countries. It is just close to the border landmark. But should you like to get a ticket for both countries, even if you'd have to just travel 10 kilometers on one, the same ticket sales point is not selling you the tickets for the both countries. You have 2 different ticket offices for both journeys. Therefore, I think we do have, even on the shop floor, so to say, some work to do. We are not yet ready to have any wishes for getting more funding to your area. The European Commission has clearly given directions to that from the Arctic Next program and from the Karelia program, 5.4 million euros would be transferred to the Aurora program. But that then should also have an addendum that would consider the funding and how. Of course, it would be reasonable to use it so that it would also preempt somehow the new development of the eastern borders, as we have to think even at European level that the EU has external borders and we have to promote and develop cooperation. So that is the Aurora program, which provides the framework and also then can be considered what is the additional amount of funding that will be transferred to it. Are there any other EGTCs to be expected where Finland also would be involved? The Stockholm area? Could it be? I am not the right person to give you an answer to that. As Olaf just was describing here, it is the EGTC which was established after decades of cooperation, which just made it formal. So you change the form to become as such. But it is true, we do have such cooperation clusters elsewhere in Finland. The Tornio-Haaparanta area you just mentioned and Turku certainly will look across the Baltic Sea towards the other capital city in Sweden. And it was already mentioned here that your EGTC here is the first in the Nordics, and also in this form a pilot, which then will be looked upon by other countries when they think of cooperation that is to be established. Thank you, everybody, as well as also Mauri, Tuulia and Olaf. And unfortunately, the last 10 minutes we had to spend without Mauri online. Thank you for this debate. I hope you got new ideas on how to get forward, and we do need all ideas. Let's close with this for this session. Thank you very much.
Kiitoksia. EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EU:n täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU:n on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osa luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa.
Täällä pohjoisessa olemme tottuneet siihen, että välillä tulee
muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osa luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osata luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EU on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osa luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No, mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
No niin, voidaan aloittaa.
We can start. Welcome to this discussion event organized by the Ministry of Justice on the future of democracy and the rule of law in Europe. I'm so happy to see so many of you here and also those of you joining us online. My name is Juha Nieminen and I work at the Ministry of Justice. I'm acting there under citizenship, basic rights and as department manager, and we've been organizing this event. I would like to give a couple of practical details about this. First, those joining us online can comment by typing in. We can see on our message walls your comments, and at the end of our discussion, we can take some questions from the floor here or then from those attending the meeting or discussion online. Another practical issue here is that we will circulate a list of participants. We would like you to sign it or at least put your initials there if you don't want to give your full name. And our funding comes partly from the Commission, and they have set us some targets regarding events to be organized per year and the attendance we should reach. This is why we are asking for a list of participants, and if the Commission wants to review our operations, we need to have these lists, provide them with them. Another detail about this list of participants. If you want to be registered in our stakeholder group community, you can join, tick that, and you will be informed about our latest events in this network. But you can also send us email if you want to join that later on. So this is what I would recommend you to do if you're interested in financing issues. At the end of this event, I will give a short bulletin about the CERV program, what it is and who it is aimed at. But without further ado, I will now give the floor to the moderator of our discussion from the Minister of Justice, Johanna Suurpää. She's the Director General from one of the departments there, and we're looking forward to our discussion here. Thank you, Juha. And it is true, we have a wide topic, the future of democracy in Europe, and we have 45 minutes reserved for that, meaning we will have very concise comments. I will introduce our panelists. We have Heidi Hautala here. She's the Vice President of the European Parliament. We have Alan Rosas, who's a Doctor of Law, Chairman of the Election Committee at the European Court. Sixten Korkman, economist of long experience, and online joining us we have Leif Hagert, Chairman of the Finnish Roma Association and the Roma Youth Council, and he's the Young European in 2021. I would like to welcome you all and to welcome the audience as well. And if we have time, we will take some questions from the audience, but we have not very much time all in all. About this topic, thinking about this electoral period, when we started, nobody could imagine these upcoming years, what they will be like. First, we had a global pandemic testing the various structures of our society, citizens' trust, sustainability, and even less we could have imagined that there will be a war inside Europe. And these have shed a new light on our basic values, the civic society, rule of law, democracy, all these basic values and principles. I believe that these questions now are in a new light. But even with the longer perspective, beyond the dramatic events of last year, we could see in international comparisons a deterioration of democratic indicators and also difficulties in the promotion of women's rights, as well as the rule of law development even inside the European Union, where they have questioned the basic factors of the rule of law. So we have many aspects here. However, Finland is doing very well in international comparisons, so we shouldn't get too grim, but we shouldn't either be very naive and imagine that these trends would not apply to us at all. So this is the kind of setting from which we will approach this discussion. And since we don't have very much time, I suggest that we look at this relationship between the European events on Finland and then what Finland could maybe do more within the EU or even beyond. To begin with, we would like to ask our panelists to give about 3 minutes introductions around these topics. So give us your thoughts as a basis of our discussion. And I would like to ask Heidi Hautala to start on the viewpoints of the European future, democracy and the civil society, and particularly the correlation between Europe and Finland. Thank you very much, Johanna. It is excellent that the Ministry of Justice is organizing this event. I think that the illegal war of aggression of Russia to Ukraine shows us what is the extreme outcome when the restrictions of rule of law are missing. And this is something that has shocked us deeply in Finland. And we can see clearly that for many years already, there has been a conflict of values present in the world. And it is quite alarming when you think about that these autocratic, illiberal, undemocratic states are now very much seeking support from each other. And their opponent is that what the European Union and we as Finns want to promote. Here, in this perspective, I consider it very wise that the developments in Poland and Hungary were intervened, maybe not in a timely enough fashion. I think we might have interfered even earlier. In any case, it has become clear that everything that the EU was based upon has to do with the rule of law and democracy, and therefore we are talking about very essential issues here. And it has also become evident that Finland too might face some threats in the light of the developments in Hungary. Does our constitution protect democracy and rule of law enough? Kari Kuusniemi took this issue up, and I hope that we will have motions making sure that a single majority cannot, in the form of a future government, cannot overrule essential rule of law elements. All in all, the EU has had a strong reaction that the citizens must be able to defend the citizens' rights, minorities. And since we have the CERV program here presented, it was created for the EU to be able to support the citizens' activities in questions of equality, rule of law, values, and so on. And it would be interesting to hear about the experiences Finland has about them. But these were my thoughts as an introduction on my behalf. Thank you. These were really key topics. Sixten Korkman, you have stated that democracy and human rights are indicators of a good society. So how would you comment on this? First of all, if we look for a value basis for a society, the most extensive one in the Western countries is that we need to respect people's rights and values. That was already present in the antiquity. It was presented by Immanuel Kant. It is at the core of humanism, for example. And according to the studies by Francis Fukuyama, it is the system that has served us the best. Because in that framework, we can actually combine the conflicting objectives of citizens without ending in a mutual conflict. And as another point in this context, I would like to say that it is not merely a question, a legal question. It's not something that can be solved at the Ministry of Justice, not to undermine its significance, I don't deny that, but it is also an economic question and a cultural question. Thinking about the historical experience, positive economic development supports tolerance and such values that are good for democracy, and poor economic development undermine it, and so does big inequalities. This is what we can see in the 1930s, also the years after the financial crisis, that has been favorable for extreme right-wing views. And also, if democracy has been well rooted in some place, it can still survive even under difficult circumstances, like in Finland in the 1920s. But if there is no tradition like that, it is very difficult to establish it there, and Russia here is a good example of that. Thank you. The role of the rule of law has been emphasized here, and what we have seen also in the situation in Russia when there is no protection from the rule of law, and the historical context here is, of course, is essential. Alan Rosas, how do you see the rule of law protecting democracy and the civil society? The supporters of the so-called illiberal democracy claim that there are at least tensions or even conflicts between the democracy and the rule of law. Democracy should express the will of the people, and if you have some old judges that are confused by that, that could jeopardize the implementation of the will of the people. And that's what they want to refer to here. We must ask, what would enable, or what enabled in Russia the fact that the elections are just a farce? I'm sure there are many factors, but one certainly is the lack of an independent legal control. I would dare to mention the latest U.S. presidential elections as an example. As we well know, the former president still maintains that the elections were somehow fraudulent, and although he doesn't even believe it himself, but that's what he's aiming at. And we have learned that there actually was there were genuine attempts to try to overrule this result of the elections. But one part of this whole mess was that he or his closest assistants actually took legal action, actually 60 cases in the various levels of the legal system, both in the federation as well as in the states, and they lost all those cases. And even if they had judges appointed by Mr. Trump, then he was genuinely surprised and actually said that how is it possible that a person who I have appointed is now against me? We can ask what the situation would be if this attempt had been successful. And some level of independence of the judicial system was maintained, at least in clear cases. Then it's another matter when we know that the Supreme Court in the U.S. is very much politicized, but at least the minimum level of independence evidently was maintained. But if we think about Europe, on the other hand, it is quite likely that one reason why in Hungary and Poland in particular, they've tried to subdue the judicial and court system is to allow other kinds of things, like to interfere with freedom of speech, but mostly with how to organize elections. And this is really at the core of democracy. Luckily, so far, at least I'm not an expert, I don't think you can say that the elections in Poland or Hungary would resemble the elections in Russia. But in Hungary, the election system has been readjusted, and in all countries, including Finland, has room for maneuver in how to organize elections, but there must be a system to prevent open manipulation of the elections, and to get there, independent courts are required and other instances like that. So this is to show that it's not only about eloquent speeches, it is really an integral requirement to have rule of law. That is correct. Finland has traditionally emphasized the rule of law, democracy, and the human rights, and how they are intertwined. And this is clearly shown by these examples, that it requires independent courts of justice, but also these human rights being carried out. If we talk about the rule of law and democracy, it is important to ask for whom is that is. And there we should actually look at the diversity of society, the different minority groups. We have people with various backgrounds. And next I would like to ask Leif Hagert how the civil society, the youth participation and integration, what does the society look like today from that perspective? Thank you. I would also like to start with the same angle, that how Russia is operating. It clearly underlines how important the rule of law and acting on it is. I think it is clearly presented by that example. I was also thinking about this topic of how important it is to promote them when society is going through a peaceful, positive period, to then promote equal rights. Because once crises, pandemics and wars hit us, they often first hit the most vulnerable minorities, and many times they have to take the hardest blow. And I think this is a weighty reason for promoting strongly equality, because when these various crises emerge, everybody should have equal opportunities to cope with those crises. Thinking about the inclusion of Roma youth, it is very much impacted by our position in society, that we face a lot of racism, and throughout the Finnish history we've been excluded from the Finnish society, and this applies to other parts of Europe. The Roma people are faced with the same attitudes, and I believe that if we want to involve young people from minority backgrounds too, that means that we need to promote equality. That increases participation and inclusion and their willingness to have an impact. This theme of inclusion, and I believe also the theme of trust, because I don't think democracy or rule of law can function if it's not trusted, and it should be available to everybody too. Thank you for these comments. Let's get closer to the topic of democracy. At the end of this electoral period, we are preparing a general decision in principle concerning democracy politics. And based on these introductions, I would be interested in hearing about the particularities of the Finnish democracy, what it would require. Now, Sixten, you emphasized our dimensions in history and then the connection between the law and economy and so on. But if you think about the Finnish measures, what would you like to take up?
First and foremost, I think that it is true that Finland is quite an exception and exceptionally safe as we have long traditions and consensus on how we take it. So I wouldn't be so concerned about that. A couple of days ago, the Financial Times, that is the paper that I read daily, there was a chief economist that I appreciate strongly, Martin Wolf, who wrote an article on how in the US perhaps democracy will fall during the next era of President Trump. I think that was quite shocking. First, you have to manipulate the electoral system. And that is what is being going on in the US quite actively now. And secondly, you need to get a hold of the rule of law, both the court system as well as also the police institution and others, the taxation system. And further, you have to neutralize or eliminate the opposition, and in particular the media. And this has been done in many a country. But the role of the media is very important. I'd like to emphasize that. And if you think of Russia, this war wouldn't have burst out if the media would have been free, and it wouldn't continue if the media would be free. But that won't take place for the time being. So if this should take place in the USA, and it's not so far-fetched to think about that, so that will, of course, have repercussions on the development of the Western world, as well as also the outcome of the war in Ukraine is very important for us. Something in relation to what Mr. Haget just said. I think it is very important that we want to promote a stable economic development without abrupt, deep crisis, and make sure that the inequality won't be too harsh and the welfare state will fulfill its task, the civil society functions well, so that it won't happen like it has done in some Anglo-American societies where there is a segregation and people are no longer in contact with each other if they have different backgrounds. So we just then despise each other, we hate each other. This is not our reality, but please hold on to the things that we've taken care of so well for the time being. Thank you. It is truly so. And it is important to see that even in a good democracy, which we do have, and we have a society with trust, to ask questions how we promote things and make sure that we take care of them. And Alan already referred to the relationship of rule of law and democracy, and has been understood sometimes even difficult. But if you take a look at Finland, what are the questions that come to your mind? If we think of the core issues in the political system at the constitutional level, we have a fairly new constitution when we compare it internationally. And I wouldn't see so great needs for changing it, thinking of the position and status of the parliament, as well as also the administrative relationships and the electoral system. But secondly, I'd strongly agree with Sixten in relation to us all being rocking the same boat, and it's not about festive speeches. When we think of the Nordic Welfare Society and to keep it and to develop it, as well as also secure equality, these are key and basic issues. And thirdly, I'd come back to this question about the rule of law. You mentioned, it was Heidi, I think, who mentioned that the president of the Supreme Administrative Court, Mr. Kuusinen, who a year ago in his address took this thing up and also brought it later to the debate, when we think of the possibilities of controlling politically the Finnish court system, in paper, the situation is not so ideal in Finland, so at least it's worthwhile thinking about. As I say, everybody always has to take a look at the mirror. In all states and nations, it is not too well established anywhere. For instance, and I won't go into all details here, but in the USA, they use a term court backing, meaning that if the current composition of the court is not pleasing to the political decision makers, they nominate a number which is enough to be expected to be favorable for that particular government. And that would be also possible in Finland, as the constitution does not dictate how many judges you have to have in the highest courts or even in other courts. There is a nomination system of judges, and it might also be worth considering that too. As well as there are also numerous other things as well. But when we think of, in particular for the rule of law, but also for democracy, it is important that we think about this also in Finland. Absolutely, there are certain things that in our culture, in the environment of trust, they will be fulfilled. But if there is another type of culture, they might not be true. So perhaps we'll have to think about this a bit more severely for the next term of the government. How about Leif, if you think more in detail about Finland and the civil society, what would be the measures that you consider are needed in particular? Generally speaking, the fact that people could stronger have a feeling that they can be influential, they can have their say. Somehow politics means decision making as well, so it is for everyone. At this moment, well, I would hope that, for instance, in the Parliament of Finland, we'd see more people who are from different minority groups, so they'd have a stronger voice and they could raise issues that currently are not being raised. And I speak from the Roma perspective. I haven't heard too much when we take decisions pertaining to Finland that it would have been taken into account by any means what that impacts the Roma community, and in particular when we think of increasing employment. When we have a debate on that, I would have been really pleased if I had heard that it would have been raised as well in this context, how Roma face a lot of segregation when they want to become part of the active labor. Segregation and discrimination. And somehow I think that the Roma youth and also more elderly Roma people, if they would hear that in daily political decision-making and discussion, we would also be considered. It might also act as an incentive to make us try and become elected too, as it seems to be a place where we are missing, and it makes us also think whether we do have a place there. Naturally, there is a space for everyone there, but nevertheless, that is at least one point I have noted. In the beginning of the summer, I visited Hungary for work, and I was surprised when I attended the event. There were local Roma attending, and we had 3 Roma MPs as participants too. And we've been hearing in Finland that the same old narrative that things are best taken care of in Finland, but Hungary has bypassed us, which is positive indeed. But I'd wish to see that this would be the direction also in Finland. I'd like to add something to this, if I may, as a summary, the representation in the decision-making process and be visible in the office. I'm sure that everybody who's got a minority background would like to see someone representing them. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, representation, inclusion, and the experience of being able to be influential, these are essential. Heidi, you mentioned already about the rule of law element and the need for strengthening. How about the Finnish democracy? What would be something that you think would need to be mended there? I think there have been excellent points taken already about trust and confidence, feeling of inclusion, being part of a community, even the society, more widely speaking, even globally. Some people feel that they are global citizens, still anchored to where they are and where their life sphere is, and how to promote that. And this, to me, is about equality at economic, educational, social level. We've got promises at all levels for this. But nevertheless, I think that when decisions are taken, as was said by Leif Hagert, from his perspective, we have to remember that the society is more versatile. We have to actively take that into account, and we need deeds. Strange enough that all decision makers of Helsinki want to reduce segregation, but nevertheless it is increasing. So could we solve this problem somewhere? Nevertheless, we've had a representational political system, so the representation is important, as was also mentioned by Leif Hagert. But we'd also need to increase direct participation of citizens. And when we had, as Minister of Justice, we had Tuija there, so she was also trying to promote that. And I think that was a good opening. It has brought out certain social taboos that are preventing us from rational decisions. I take the decision which the initiative that had to be brought, as there were 50,000 signatures about how drug users could also test drugs legally. But this is something that the political parties are not able to take further as initiatives. So the citizens' initiatives brings things to the fore that otherwise are not raised. And of course, then it's the parliament who can stop certain things, that not all kinds of initiatives without justifications can be taken further. But I think that helps decision making. Finland is not Switzerland. I'd prefer living in a system like in Switzerland, where 4 times a year you go to the kiosk and you fill in a paper for a referendum, and I might also have some opinions on some things, and I would campaign for some other things. And I could increase the willingness of debate of citizens and inclusion, and I think that has increased in Finland. It has improved. It is no longer about speaking about politics. You'll be stigmatized and you shouldn't speak about it. I think Finland has developed for the better, for more inclusion, and we could also strengthen these institutions even further. At a local level, inclusive budgeting, where citizens are involved in discussing what the taxpayers' monies will be used for. Is it about a new ice rink or maybe a new park project? So people have different opinions on these. Thank you. So understanding the versatility, the diversity of the society, and different types of participation and inclusion, and how to take care of them. And there are also changes in this era, and that is also when democracy and rule of law can survive. Maybe a few questions from the audience. Let's take one.
Thank you very much. English?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. much. Okay.
Please, can you introduce yourself?
Of course, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Piotr Rychlik. I'm the ambassador of Poland to Finland. I would like to thank the distinguished moderator and panelists for your very interesting remarks, as well as to translators for their excellent work. I would like to make 3 quick references to your...
Very briefly, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I will respect the time constraints. First of all, as my country was mentioned in your remarks, I would like just to say that from our experience, many of these discussions concerning rule of law in Poland remain on very general level, and we see general lack of willingness to get more into substance. Because when we get more into substance, it turns out that most of the solutions adopted in last years in Poland are quite similar to those in other European countries, or are even less political. So that's my first remark. Secondly, I would like also to assure you that we have a 1,000-year tradition of statehood, and our constitution of 1791 was the first constitution in Europe. So there's a long tradition of freedoms and rights in Poland, and I can assure you that Polish society would never accept any government or authority that would like to limit their personal liberties. It's actually in our DNA, despite difficult history after Second World War. There's absolutely no threat to the freedom of speech. Actually, the freedom of speech is at very good level, and the level of media pluralism, I think, is even higher than in many European countries. And thirdly, you mentioned also Russia in your interventions, and when we speak about Russia, it turns out that there are not Poland, but some other European partners that may have some problems with respecting rule of law and democracy, because after attack on Georgia in 2008, after the annexation of Crimea in 2014, many European states decided to further increase their economic ties with Russia, which gave Russia economic resources, revenues to buy weapons which now kill people in Ukraine. So in that regard, the focus should be also on some other European partners. Once more, thank you very much for the possibility to be present in this panel.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time, but maybe, I don't know if there's very brief reaction from any of you, or there wasn't a direct question, so in case not, then can I just thank you? We need to leave a few minutes still for the SERV program. Do you think, Juha, it's time for you to get started on yours? Do we have time for one more?
Yeah, it might be a good time. It takes about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll take a very brief comment from there. Yeah.
Kiitos. Mun nimi on Mikko.
Thank you. I'm Mikko Salo. I represent Factor Bar here.
Question. I wouldn't really like to fact check that one. But my question was more on, really important discussions on all aspects, but something that was, I believe, missing was the digital side of it. I know it's not your Ministry of Justice, so to say, direct competence, but it has a huge implications. And we are working with Sitra currently on the digital power and participation, so to say. And these are the essential things, especially if we want to take the youngsters on board, and we have to. And before they sink into the quite Orwellian world that is unfortunately coming also to Finland. But in this regards, just that perhaps there is time for quick remarks on the digital side, if it's important. But I would like to make an announcement, because with Sitra we are organizing a democracy drinks on 15th of September. And you will find it on Sitra website. And there it might be exactly for this kind of new forms of participation on the digital area. Thank you.
right? Surely digitalization relevant for the rule of law, for human rights and for democracy these days. Haluatko joku hyvin lyhyesti?
Would anybody like to still give a last comment? Yes, briefly. This dimension is really important. The will of citizens and ability to participate into decision making is dependent on the new digital opportunities, also related to the shadows and the downsides, as we know, the disinformation and manipulation. So the critical skills of reading, education is something that we have to emphasize in Finland, and the equality issues, as Leif Hagat was also presenting here in this context, they are highly important. Now I'd like to thank you. I would have asked you even quite a few questions, but we had already quite important key points. Thank you. And then last but least, Juha and the SERV program. Thank you. Extremely interesting discussion. We could have continued with it for quite a while, but we've got time limits. So just an info flash for a few minutes about how we can practically improve the development of democracy and the rule of law. And here's a new excellent opportunity for that. I'd like to give you some information about it. And let's take the presentation up. So in Finland, we've established the contact points for the Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values program, the CERV, and I am the project head of the project director of that particular contact point, and I am sure that not many are aware of it. Maybe some have heard about it and some not at all. So very briefly and concisely, and you'll get more information from ourselves. So first and foremost, a few basics about the CERV program, then about our national contact point and its activities. These names are difficult, so that's why we also use the abbreviation, the SERV, the CERV. And as you see, it's from Citizens' Equality, Rights and Values EU funding program, and this is the visual aspect. So if you see such a color with such letters, that might be about this program. And then basics about it. First and foremost, who would be the target group? Would it be suitable for our organization? This is meant for many, but in particular for NGOs. So that is the main target group, but it's good to bear in mind there are other ones too. There are the public sector actors at different levels, equality actors, non-profit organizations, communities, trade unions, educational and research institutes, and so on and forth. And then, of course, the objective of the program is there's a more of a legal basis for it, first and foremost. But if I say is to protect the basic rights and values of the European Union. The size for the programming period 2021-27 is 1.56 billion euros, quite a big amount of funding available, and it is about the Finnish people to get information about it and to make use of it. And it is also said that there were the predecessors for this. It was the REC program, the Rights, Equality and Citizens program, then the Citizens Europe program, which also have been programs that have been used in Finland. And further, there is the new program for the union values. So there are also similar calls for proposals for projects, but then also there is the new CERV. And if you think of whether your organization would be fit for applications, the applicant organizations have to be legal persons from the EU area, and either it has to be the main implementer or a partner, and usually it is about a consortium, so you need partners for that. Mainly two different types of calls for proposals, the unrestricted ones, open for all target groups, and then also limited calls for proposals for certain targeted groups, and they can be either national or international projects. The project budget, considering how big they are, 75,000 euros is the typical starting amount. The self-financing portion is 10 to 20%. Regarding the priorities, as the last program period ended, there were 15 different calls for applications, and now we are waiting for the next period to start. There were these types of priorities and programs, and I think the new one will also cover similar types of aspects, and you can think whether you'd have ideas for similar types of projects: European values, gender equality, combating racism, children's rights, EU civil rights, inclusion of citizens, European cultural heritage, twin municipalities, combating gender-based violence, and combating violence against children and other vulnerable groups. And as time is ticking on, perhaps we could just skip this slide, just quickly saying, when you think of what the measures are that you can apply for funding, for instance, information, education, communication, and twin city activities, analysis, monitoring, collecting statistics, data analysis, guidebooks, reports in relation to educational institutions, and of course supporting NGOs and developing preparedness for the European networks. As for the application process, you use the Funding and Tender Opportunities portal. Make yourself clear what the guidelines are, and each call for proposal also has a nominated contact person in the Commission or in the implementing authority. Very often this is the question that we are asked, so our contact point has no role in the decision making for funding, so we are not part of the decision maker who decides for funding of the project. Then some topical issues about the calls for application. So the previous calls have just been closed, and the decisions will be given and informed to the applicants during the summer and the autumn, and the contact point will get statistics about the previous calls for proposals, but those who were not approved of are not the ones that we will be informed. So if you haven't received funding, you could make contact with us so we can also analyze together what could have been done better. And then the next call for proposal most likely will be announced next November. And as we also get the new criteria publicized, we can give you more information. And I think the next calls will be opened at the end of the year. Then a few words about our national contact point, which has been established under the auspices of the Ministry of Justice. So we do organize events, and we also communicate. We support seeking of partners, how to find a good, suitable consortium. So that is something we can discuss with the applicants. And finally, briefly about how we operate currently. We are happy to come and speak and address different events, either on-site or in webinars. Or should you have yourself a bigger organization that you represent, we can even agree on addressing smaller events. Or we can have a discussion over Teams, bilaterally discussing. So please make use of us, make contact. And following our website, you can also get further information about such topical issues. That is the best way, of course. So thank you very much, everybody, on my behalf. When you see us here, even in the event, we are here until Friday. So please approach us. We are there at the lobby, in the corridors. Tomorrow we are in the Hansa Square from 13 to 17 hours in our information point. So you're welcome to join us. Thank you very much to all panelists. Top discussions, extremely interesting. Thank you to the audience and also those who are following us online. So let us meet again around the same topics. Thank you.
Arvoisat kutsuvia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the event organized by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment at the Eurooppa-foorumi in Turku. My name is Matti Hirola. I am the Director of Communications at the Ministry and the moderator for this event. Russia's war of aggression to Ukraine has changed the energy situation in Europe, and although Finland has been well prepared for abolishing the use of Russian fossil energy, the current situation has an impact on every Finn's life. And the measures to save energy in the upcoming winter are very important. As part of the energy savings measures, our ministry launched planning for an energy savings campaign to come up with easy, simple and influential ways to save energy. And we wanted to address the citizens with this campaign, but also organizations, companies and communities. Today in Turku we are offering first glimpses of this campaign, presenting the main messages, and the actual campaign is starting in October. And our ministry has built this in close cooperation with Motiva Energy Agency, the Ministry for Environment, and the government. And I will invite Minister Mika Lintilä to give the opening remark. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I am joining you online due to saving time, but this is a very topical question of saving energy, and it is really something we must do. And earlier on, when we've been talking about this topic in October, when we have the Energy Savings Week, it has been received in a positive way, but the cheaper energy has not really presented an incentive to do this. But now the situation has changed. Energy prices are a topic on a daily basis in the media, in the news, newspapers, and the electricity prices next winter have been under more discussion than any other events. And this is, of course, something that affects all of us. And unfortunately, it seems that we can't get back to the old price levels. Of course, we must remember why we are facing this situation. The reason comes from the East. The energy war that Russia has been waging for some time already, and then now this brutal invasion to Ukraine. At the same time, it was an attack against Europe, Europeans, the unity of Europeans and Finns. The aggressor wants us to start arguing among ourselves on energy, but we mustn't do that. The energy savings campaign can be seen and experienced as a joint preparation to make sure that every Finnish home is warm next winter and that the lights are on in every house. New prices, of course, will have an impact on different user groups. The price of petrol and diesel will affect those who need to drive a lot on a daily basis, such as entrepreneurs as well as companies. Of course, everybody uses electricity, but the price increase has a strong impact on those who are heating their houses with electricity. Those using district heat have to see how their district heat is produced. The increased price of energy will increase inflation and thereby affect all of us. The Russian invasion into Ukraine and the lack of energy supply affects whole Europe, but Germany and other Central European countries in particular, where this LNG has been and gas in general has been, natural gas has been widely used also in private households. And the upcoming winter will really be the key time for us to solve this problem with energy supply, finding alternative sources for energy, also for natural gas and so on. Natural gas is also used for electricity generation, and that makes the price of electricity very high. And that is a common problem for the whole of Europe. But once we cope with this winter, we need to start looking at low-carbon, domestic, affordable energy sources and electricity and using that. During this summer, we've been hearing from various savings campaigns in Europe. In Germany, if you go to a swimming pool, you can only take cold showers. I don't know if that's the right way to make savings. In Spain, public buildings cannot be cooled under 27 degrees or heated up for above 19 degrees. Of course, this is all to save energy. In Finland, the consumption of natural gas has decreased already since last year, and we don't have big power plants, for example, utilizing natural gas. And we haven't been importing natural gas from Russia since May, and that is, of course, good news. Our electricity generation has a wide basis of resources, and we are increasing the share of wind power. Our electricity generation has been dispersed to many sources, and it has been and will be wise in future. At the same time, we must remember that Finland is not a closed economy. We need imported energy and electricity, even if we can produce all our electricity ourselves already next year. We're still part of the European electricity market. Central European electricity prices are reflected on our prices as well. This national energy savings campaign targeted at citizens has already been commented in the media. The campaign attempts to give a clear message to citizens how we can save energy as well as money, take care of our environment, reduce inflation, and improve the Finnish competitiveness. Industry, of course, can't be ignored, nor can the service sector. On the contrary, they have had and will have a central role in saving energy. Therefore, I will soon convene the representatives of industry and various parts of society around a round table to discuss these topics. And sharing the responsibility will make our energy savings campaign stronger. Together we can succeed in it better and find new solutions that should be shared with everybody to benefit all of us. Each sector in this society is needed. This is why we are calling on the trade, real estates, different players to share with us what they have done and what they intend to do so that we can cope with this winter. And the demand for energy efficient appliances has increased a lot, for example, with the pumps, and we can make significant changes also with oil tricks. And of course, we need to focus on the use of hot water, and I intend to review our indoor temperature and reduce the temperature with 1 degree. This is a reasonable measure, and with that campaign we want to encourage others to do the same. Again, together we are strong and even stronger. We can manage this, but it's easy to do together. I call on all of you to join this campaign. Let's hope that we will get a good outcome that will benefit us all. Thank you.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you, Minister Lintilä, for this opening speech, and that covered the status of energy policy around Europe, and it would be interesting to hear about the various savings campaigns in other European countries, and also this notion raised by the Minister of the role of companies and communities in committing themselves to this campaign is very important, and the roundtable discussions to carry out this energy savings campaign is a very good idea. Before we get to the discussion part, we will have another introduction, and that will be given to us by the head of Energy Agency, Heikki Väisänen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Households and citizens welcome the fact that we're not relying on one form or source of energy coming from one direction. If we look at our need for heating, we have 5 different sources of energy available to us. And in this connection, my wife asked me to say that although our house is heated by electricity, we have now firewood that she ordered, that firewood, and that my role was to show the driver where to place these logs of fire. However, we did talk through this order and deliver, because there's plenty of variation of what type of firewood you want to use, what wood it is, where you order it from, for example, how much, in what form. And this analysis took maybe 2 days, and after that my wife placed the order. I think I would have been able to do that as well. But firewood is one of our fuels. In mid-July, we bought quite a lot of wood, and it was really at the last moment. Many suppliers had run out of firewood. Yesterday, I reviewed the situation. Now all the stock is sold out, at least in the capital area, and the deliveries are due in March 23, and some suppliers are not accepting calls even. In summer cottage regions, the situation seems to be pretty much the same. If we look at firewood for the upcoming heating season, if you don't have firewood in stock already, I think you will get into trouble trying to get it now. For heating oil, the situation is such that price level is about 80% higher compared to a year ago, and this is the Also, the exchange rates play a role, but there's no problem in availability. If I was to heat my house with oil, I wouldn't wait for the prices to be reduced. If it seems that the capacity is going to be shifted to industrial targets, you might be waiting for deliveries for some time. And then if we talk about gas, household consumers have been protected. Gas heating and gas stoves, there is a number of them, but it is still a marginal consumption compared to all the other forms. So I don't think if you have gas, even in Helsinki, you don't have to leave your food unheated. Power plants have enough fuel, and they are purchasing more fuel from the market. It's not always renewable, but energy is available, and I'm happy that we aren't reliant on just one form or source of energy. And of course, we can't make any forecasts about the price changes. The fifth form, of course, is electricity, and that affects the use of the previous forms of energy. And when you have no electricity, houses will go dark. And of course, households have a lot of electrical devices to run various systems, pumps, and so on, and nobody knows how those systems will be returning into action after a blackout. I can tell you that in my household, we need to program, let's say, the time watches in the different domestic appliances, for example, after a blackout. But we should all jointly take care that we won't have any blackouts. When an old person can stay home because he or she has a motor bed, they can't get out of bed if their lives really are dependent on these devices. There are also medical devices, and out of that big mass, you can't really start making any distinctions between households or bigger institutions. But you've all come home from a journey, and if you wanted to go to the bathroom, but I wouldn't want to be going to that bathroom in the lift of a block of flats. If there is a blackout all of a sudden, it might not be nice to stay in the lift for a couple of hours. The talk of energy situation has been in the news daily, and I don't think there have been any big changes since yesterday. The peak consumption is minus 200,000 megawatts if you compare it to the total capacity. And they've been cautious in presenting any actual estimates about the situation. And that's, of course, anyway, an estimate with a very big figure that a normal consumer will not understand what it really means in real terms. But you could tell citizens that if we're doing fine, you'll have your electricity. But if we get into trouble, there will be some blackouts, and they will also come to areas where we're not used to blackouts. On the countryside, people are used to these electricity cuts, and you get a notification on your mobile phone that from your summer cottage municipality there has been an electricity cut. But anyway, the price will be high, and it will be unreasonable for those who haven't got a fixed term contract in place already. What can we do? We can affect our energy bill by doing all the energy savings measures, taking those measures, and we can jointly also affect the future prices. In particular, we can affect that electricity will stay on, and we have many important reasons to do that. In Finland, the situation is exceptional, but in many European countries it is disastrous. My German colleague said that he had bought a fireplace and firewood, believing that they can keep one room warm over the winter. And he was asking if I could bring firewood from Finland, and Hungary is not on the same scale with our situation. The next 6 months will be unreasonable for many households and companies, and we can say that it is not unreasonable to expect that we all join in this effort. We will have to make do with a little bit less than what we were used to with in times of cheap electricity. And to give you some references, I've had Lauri Siivonen's book written in 1940 in the Karelian. He writes to his wife, "You asked me in your previous letter how I've managed with this dreadful cold, but I've had 3 sweaters, a very warm jacket, 2 long underwear, 3 trousers, and then I've had snow overall, and I have 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of mittens, a hat, scarf, and then a hood in my jacket and a helmet on, and I was skiing for 12 hours with 40 minus degrees. How about wearing a jumper and maybe having 15 degrees in our homes? I think we can manage even a bit with a bit less than that.
Kiitos Heikki.
Thank you, Heikki. We've survived even before. So if we can say something about this situation and thinking about the firewood situation, I think it's better to get prepared. So now we can have the presentation of the actual campaign proper. Will be presented by Kati Laakso, Director of Communications and Motiva, the Sustainable Development Company of Finland. And we're also 2 floors asked for comments. And we'll have the CEO of Energy Industries, Jukka Leskelä, and also then Director of the Energy Department at National Emergency Supply Agency, Piash. So, good afternoon also from my behalf to everybody present here and also those following us online. Quite some addresses that we've heard already about the price of energy being high and the availability may be difficult if we're facing a harsh winter. So therefore we at State Administration decided to plan a campaign targeted to citizens, also challenging all organizations and actors to be involved and joining us. So the starting point is no longer unclear for anybody, I suppose. So the unfortunate warfaring in Ukraine and the consequences seen in high electricity prices and availability are problematic. So we have to save electricity, also level off the peak consumption now and also in future. With the campaign, we want to invite everybody to have small deeds done in your everyday life, and you can do them also at home. The question is, do we have enough energy in future? Let's just keep cool. So here in the north, we are used to sometimes having cold spells. We know how it feels when we're facing the November, which is grim and dark, or we have a cold spell from the east. But whatever may come, it won't take away our energy levels. Let's just chill out and keep cool. That's how it is, just a taster to you what the campaign will bring to you during the course of this coming autumn. And the things what you saw are something that I want to underline. They're still in the first drafting phase, in the opening phase of the campaign. The planning and the design will be seen starting from the Energy Savings Week in many means. But so the campaign aims at reducing the temperature by 1 degree, and that was also referred to by Minister Lintilä, I guess, which crystallizes quite well to what we want to say to all Finns, from toddlers to grannies. Small deeds don't have to be major things in our everyday life about using electricity and energy. We'd also like to appeal to some sort of patriotism and our national identity. Information has been available for a long while. And we've had this also in the media, different ways and means of saving electricity, but maybe it's about how we feel. Even if it wouldn't touch ourselves now, it's also good to take care of our neighbor so that everybody will have enough electricity and energy during the next period when we need heating. What does this mean if we want to reduce the temperature by 1 degree? Yes, perhaps to shed more light on this, how this was started. This is actually quite fun. We were referring to the winter, and we have been accustomed by cold. We have a good resistance. Our babies sleep in frosty conditions. We dip into the cold water and we take snow rolls. Doesn't feel that bad. And whatever comes, a cold shower, a cold spell from these doesn't really take away our energy. So let's just keep cool. What does this mean in practice then? 1 degree less in temperature could mean different things, meaning that we use less fuel for our cars. Those who are not driving cars, they could just have lower speeds. And anybody who is moving around, you could move, you could use the car, you could co-share your car, or you could also just go by foot if the distances are shorter. So let's challenge ourselves, as that is also playing a big role in saving energy when we move around. Then the shorter moments in the shower, whether it's 15 minutes or it's 5 minutes. Perhaps we won't give advice on the right timing, but perhaps you could take a shorter shower, as using hot water is also using a lot of energy. And if you have teenagers at home, you could always knock on the bathroom door after 10 or 15 minutes and say that maybe your showering time is over now. 1 degree less for the use of entertainment and IT. Perhaps you could grab a book instead, and perhaps you could challenge your child and say, why don't we build up a tent and we read a book under the pocket lamp instead of using your screen, so we can reduce the use of electronics. And this perhaps is what was referred to earlier, so the room temperature down by 1 degree. 1 degree doesn't feel so bad, but it has a big impact. And what will be the consequence is, of course, the bill is also smaller, so that will also be seen in your pockets in the savings made in euros. And then again, also the same in Swedish, as this campaign also will be carried out with the other official tongue. As the target is to have 1 degree less in terms of temperatures, also a smaller bill. And if we think of the objectives of the campaign, at this point, we've set as a target that at least 75% of Finns will be saving on their energy consumption. That is a short-term objective. But life goes on. Even after the cold winter. And the long-term target is that we want to permanently reduce our energy consumption and also reduce the peak consumption levels and make them more even. So any savings are necessary. We'll of course set also other targets whilst the campaign continues, but we'll hear from them when the planning takes forward, and we'll be measuring this by different means, analyzing how many people in Finland have started saving energy. I suppose this was referred to as well earlier. So even if this is now targeted to an individual Finnish consumer, we want to challenge seriously all organizations, Finnish companies, municipalities, training institutions, everybody to join us. The campaign will serve a platform where we will offer in the planning phase and afterwards for different types of target groups their own documents and information that they can use for their own target groups and adjust it. So we'll be a platform, and what will be seen in the public is targeted to the consumer. But the organizations are also invited to join us in big numbers. We've had plenty of inquiries to join the campaign, and we're happy to receive them. We may have such actors as the Olympic Committee, municipalities, companies, corporations. So therefore, when we get going, we can also involve the whole society. And we shouldn't forget that we have also regional energy advisors in 18 regions that can give advice both to consumers as well as to organizations. The campaign will be launched on the 10th of October during the Energy Savings Week, and we've already had 26 years of energy savings, and we join both the national campaign and this particular Energy Savings Week, so it will become public then and also be seen in many media. So once again, 1 degree less, and who've enabled the campaign at this point are sponsors. And the only thing I can say, let's all join in with a strong message that even if the campaign will be launched on the 10th of October, you can start saving energy now. So when you go home, take a breath and think what you do in your everyday life, what you could do differently. Thank you. Thank you, Kati, for having presented the campaign. And now we'll give the first floor to the energy industries that plays a big role in this collective savings. Please, Jukka Leskelä. Thank you, Chair. Audience here in the venue and also those following us online. At the late spring, early summer, I had been contemplating on this, thinking of the challenging situation that we're going to face in the autumn and then during the winter as a consequence of the war. The energy streams and flows in Europe have to be reorganized. There's a scarcity of energy and the prices will go according to the demand and supply. And it seems that this is going to be a very difficult situation indeed. Indeed, how are our energy customers going to survive as prices will remain high? And they were then record high. And we spoke about heating energy prices, electricity prices, which seem to be going higher and higher. And this still keeps on going on. And I am thinking of how we manage our energy companies to take actions towards their customers so that the customers will get the information about what is going on. They can preempt and understand before they receive their bill that prices really have increased, and it could have been extremely expensive, so that they don't just see the bill and get the information that they'll have to pay 1,000 euros instead of 100 euros. This is a big issue in our society, in our welfare society, and it's a change of paradigm, change of how we operate, and that was what I had contemplated, and we were just about to start a project on the energy industries, which is now part of the project. Also, we'll be starting together with a campaign, and we try to involve the energy companies to assist their customers to manage their energy bills, and that is exactly the same as we speak about now. And I got the phone call from Sitra, and they said that this is a project that is ongoing, and will you be part of it? And I was enthusiastic about hearing that also the government is running such a project. So this is really great. And I'd like to extend my thanks that you made contact immediately, and we were able to also jointly plan and design this. Something that we are very competent with as Finns is that different stakeholders can do things together and have competencies, both the public and the private sector and the citizens' organizations. And that is how we do it. We've seen good words, good phraseology, and there's also the spirit of collective action, positive spirit that is needed. And certainly what Heikki Väisänen just said, it is about the spirit which was during the Winter War and the crisis, and this is the crisis maybe also due to the war. We can identify ourselves with the Ukrainians and their sufferance. It is inbuilt in us that we are not accepting what Russia is doing, so we'll show them, keep your energy, we don't want it. And we're not interested in it at all. We don't let it interfere with ourselves. If you are warfaring there, so keep it to yourselves. And as we stopped importing electricity and gas in May, the only feedback that we got was that why only now, why not earlier? So Finns were ready to show that we are defending the European rights and the rule of law. And we need a structure for that. We also need positive outlooks. It also has to be fun. So that is why I like the campaign. It is also joyful, and that is what we need, so that we can involve everybody. Surely we get those who feel patriotic and they think that it has to be done, but we also need those who are not thinking that way, but I think that this is something we do together and it is for the benefit of everybody. And in particular, as now the electricity prices are the biggest risk as we speak. So it is quite sensitive to the balance of demand and supply. So if we can just cut down on the demand by 1 degree, that has a huge impact on the price. As the citizens, households and companies to use energy wisely and make savings on it, of course, it shows in our bill, but also helps others as it is a joint issue. This is a great and an important campaign. We are happy to be involved. Energy companies have their own interest in this, as well as such times that we live in are horrible for the companies. We've seen it also from the interim reporting of Fortum company and also the risks and the fluctuation. So also for the companies, I hope that our energy companies will understand that it's also about themselves, but also about their customers and clients, and they have to assist them, give them practical tools. And that is what the campaign will also do. So let us make it part of our collective action heritage. Everybody is having fun. We do something together. There must be also some service. There must be some positive outcomes. And everybody feels that, yes, we managed to do it together. And we do have the positive outlook as well, the positive vision and outcome. I'm convinced this is a temporary crisis and it will pass. And we have good possibilities to survive and overcome it in a reasonable time frame, and we can generate a sustainable energy system which is better protected from similar crises. And it is quite close. It's not beyond light years. It is very close, and we have to just work together, and I'm convinced that we'll manage. So let's keep a positive mind and let's have a good collective action.
Kiitoksia Jukka näistä.
Thank you, Jukka, for these encouraging words. And really, we need this collective spirit. And it is good to hear such a strong comment from the energy industry. And next, the director of the National Emergency Supply Agency from the Energy Department, Piash. Distinguished participants to the forum and here and also those online, and I can only repeat that we are now discussing a very important issue, as energy is of course part of our everyday life, keeps it running and keeps up our society with its operations. But this is the first time within decades that we are being tested whether we have enough energy, and therefore 1 unit saved is more important than ever, so that we'll have enough electricity and fuel for everybody, and also guaranteeing the most important activities. Finland has been dependent on imported energy for quite a while, and over 50% is imported from abroad of the energy that we use. But we've identified all risks related, and we've been prepared for it. We have supplies of fossil fuels for about 5 months in average to be used. We have oil, we have coal, we have also coal reserve, we have also gas reserves. Now we are also building up reserves for the peats, from the domestic peat, so we can overcome the worst crisis with those, and we have time to adjust ourselves to it. As the supply agency is preparing systematically for exceptional circumstances, and in its organization, different authorities from different parts of administration, different companies, different actors from different parts of society together draft a plan, and they also exercise it in practice so that it will function. And this is in wide cooperation, and therefore we can then meet the crisis and the challenges we see, so that we see clearly our responsibilities and we know how to operate. So why would we have a scarcity of energy in the coming winter? There are different factors to that, and we don't know them all for sure, and actually we'll see them when the winter approaches and during it, as finally it is about the balance of demand and supply and different factors contributing to that. And then there's the price of energy that was referred to by Mr. Leskela. But there are 5 uncertainty factors that I'd like to speak about that will be seen in the coming months. First and foremost, the weather. None of us, not even Pekka Pouto, the meteorologist, will know whether the winter will be excruciatingly cold, and of course cold will increase the need for electricity and fuels. And if we can start the 3rd unit of Olkiluoto for a commercial use, and that is one of the uncertainty factors, if it would be started at the early December, it would close the gap that was left by terminating the imports from Russia. And we do get electricity from European-wide sources of Aeolian But that, of course, is dependent on the weather. If there is a hard frost and cold temperatures, there will be less eolian energy. And then the fourth uncertainty factor is the climate. How much precipitations we get, how much do we have water resources, how can we produce hydro energy. And the Norwegian water resources are so low that they've been only so low in the mid-90s. Then it's about firewood, and if it's sufficient for producing energy, it has been the biggest source of energy for the last 10 years. And now it is also about how to replace the imported wood from Russia. Luckily, we've been mainly producing wood nationally, and then it's also wood and wood-related products that can also compensate on this, and also peats can improve the situation. Further, it is the LNG, and how to secure that also brings more certainty to sufficient energy supplies. It also then makes sure that our refineries can work, and we can also produce gas, electricity, and heat. And also the shipping terminal to be taken into use is estimated to start its operations mid-December. So I know what I'm going to write to Santa Claus. There will be 1 unit of nuclear, 1 port terminal of LNG, and a white Christmas, not too much frost. And as my son was practicing and reading this, she said, well, I don't think, Mommy, we can help you with this. So let's go together, let's keep cool, let's go for winter, let's use 1 degree less of energy, be wise, take this seriously, also take it seriously that each citizen is responsible for the supply and its security, and we'll do it together, collectively, as was being said by Jukka. Thank you.
Kiitoksia.
Thank you, Pia. And now, if ever we can be nationally happy with making these preparations over the years, and this is a kind of a guarantee for us nationally that we can now enjoy those decisions that we've made in the past decades. There is now an opportunity to ask questions from the audience regarding these topics, this campaign. What kind of thoughts did this provoke? Mira Riipinen from the Regional Council. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to take the floor, and thank you for an excellent event. Many speakers, as well as the media and presentations around energy, have presented calls for joining the energy savings campaign, and of course cities, towns, municipalities will join in. First, I want to give good news to reduce people's concerns. Energy savings, energy efficiency work has been done in municipalities and cities for decades already. Also in contracts as well as in everyday work. And 75% of Finns actually live in municipalities that have signed this energy efficiency contract. But now the acute increase of energy prices and the problems in supply have set municipalities and cities against exceptional circumstances. So it's time to go through these energy efficiency targets again. So we start, of course, with the quickest measures, with the biggest impact. We should look at the significant amount of buildings, make sure that they are well maintained and managed, and maybe we need to look at these free time activity facilities, sports arenas, and so on, and review their consumption. Now, as I represent the Regional Council, we want to encourage municipalities to save energy, joining in that effort, and of course these offices can show the citizens how we can join in. And here, cities and municipalities are not waiting for the government to give their orders. Instead, we have already started our work with surveying, planning, designing how we can take the best, quickest and most effective measures to reduce energy. And of course, we also offer information and opportunities for networking. We are currently mapping out the various measures taken in different municipalities and are organizing a big webinar for municipalities, bringing cities and municipalities together and sharing our tips for savings to the rest of the world. Thank you. Any other observations? We could have time for one more observation or comment. Well, for example, Kati, how does it sound? Sounds very good. I'm very happy about these interventions that I heard that the energy industry and municipalities having joined in. That is really good news. And we've had lots of contacts. I do believe that there is a lot of desire to join in. So all of you, please take the message forward to your own organizations. We can pull it through together. Great. Thank you. Now, the last closing remark will be given us Jyrki Katainen from Sitra. Go ahead, Jyrki.
Hyvä, kiitoksia. Kiitoksia, mukava olla näissä talkoissa.
Thank you. It's nice to join in to this effort. The increase of the price of oil and gas really annoys many Europeans for two reasons. First of all, it takes a lot of money from our wallets, but secondly, it goes to the pocket of the oil and gas producers, whereas in energy savings, the economic benefit benefits us all personally. And this is why being economical, using energy wisely has plenty of incentives involved. And when we think about and talked about the impacts of the rise of energy prices and think about how high it can get, the savings measures probably can give all of us and households the bigger economic benefit than any tax cuts that there's ever been. So the monthly benefit in monetary terms is better than any tax cuts. We've never had so big tax cuts that on an annual level it would have as big an impact as this will. So at least financial incentives are there for all of us. The savings thinking or smart use of energy thinking has the advantage that it is in our own hands, us Finns, companies, municipalities, each individual. So we can't really blame the Commission for this or the EU, nor can we blame Russia even. So if we don't save it, it's not Russia's fault, and if we do save, it's our own merit. And the third point, as we heard, our energy industry is in good form. Currently, the industry has challenges, but we will have an increasing amount of clean energy in the upcoming years. And I don't think this situation will continue until the end of the world. But I would like to talk about the energy transition rather than just one company. We have heard a lot about the German Energiewende, the energy transition, but what would it mean in Finland? Well, actually, sensible energy consumption, not wasting energy, learning to use the money for something better. At the same time, we are getting an increasing amount of clean energy, and as a third point, we have no dependency on Russian fossil energy sources. So there's the transition, a sensible use of energy, more clean energy, and no dependency whatsoever on Russian energy. It's been so nice to hear about joining this campaign, joining efforts. And we know that Twitter is, of course, that media that just bursts out with empathy and positive energy. And I'm just waiting for the first comment saying, I'm not going to say because government, because energy savings. Well, that's up to anybody. But I do count on common sense Finns. We understand that it is in our own interest. It's also to help our neighbors who might be in a weaker financial position than I am. And we know that if we take these measures, we can reduce inflation. The price of food will be controlled. The more the various industries have energy available to them, the less their production prices will increase. And on the other hand, according to the law of supply and demand, can also control the rise of the energy prices. We have good experience of reducing the energy prices after the Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster. They could compensate the energy that was lost with that by other sources. So we can just use the common sense. Let's start with our joint effort. Let's not wait until it gets cold outside. Let's start work already now, and we will pull it off. Thank you.
Kiitokset, Jyrki.
Thank you, Jyrki. Yes, this is, of course, a joint effort. We'll do it together. That's what we've been hearing, and we've been able to present this campaign. And although the launch is on the 10th of October, but it's wise to start acting now for our common good. So let's keep it cool. And I'm closing this session now. Thank you for joining in. Audience here as well as online.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen, ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen, ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EU:ssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraaliuden tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjäöljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EU:ssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
EU on hiljattain esittänyt monia suuria uudistuksia hiilineutraalien tavoittamiseksi. Mitä EU tekee nyt vihreän siirtymän eteen ja mitkä ovat seuraavat askeleet?
No, EUllahan on johtava rooli globaalisti ilmastonmuutoksen torjunnassa. Ja niitä keinoja, mitä EUlla tällä hetkellä on esimerkiksi Green Deal-ohjelma, johon kuuluu muun muassa ilmastoneutraaliustavoite vuoteen 2050 mennessä. Ja tässä avainasemassa on päästöjen vähentäminen ja se tapahtuisi esimerkiksi energian säästämisellä ja uusiutuvaan energiaan, niin kuin esimerkiksi biokaasuun siirtymisellä. Ja lisäksi EUlla olisi tavoitteena toi päästökaupan laajentaminen vuonna 2026 tieliikenteeseen ja tällä tavalla saastuttamiselle asetettaisiin vähän niin kuin hintalappu yhä useammalla sektorilla.
Joo, toi on tosi hyvä tavoite, mutta se on myös tosi kunnianhimoinen ja on hyvä muistaa, että meillä on EUn sisälläkin valtioita, jotka ovat hidastaneet tätä Green Dealin kehitystä. Ja sitten totta kai viime vuosina tämä koronapandemia ja Venäjän hyökkäys on luonnollisesti vieneet huomiota näiltä ilmastoasioilta. Ja just sen takia olisikin seuraavana askelina hyvä pitää tästä energiariippuvuudesta irtaantumista, eli irti siitä Venäjän öljystä ja fossiilista polttoaineista, että se olisi myös ilmaston kannalta tosi tärkeää. Ja sitten, että investoidaan siihen uusiutuvaan energiaan, että saadaan se nopeasti käyttöön sit liikenteessä ja teollisuudessa ja sähköntuotannossa.
Mitä nuoret haluaisivat EUn tekevän ilmaston eteen?
Koska me nuorethan täällä ollaan vielä 50 vuoden jälkeenkin, niin me halutaan elinkelpoinen planeetta. Ja sen takia nuoret haluaa EUlta tosi radikaalejakin toimia. Ja nuoret haluaa ehdottomasti tulla kuulluksi ja päästä mukaan siihen päätöksentekoon myös. Ja kuulla sen, että päättäjät siellä EUssa ottaa nuorten ilmastohädän vakavasti. Vaikka kaikki valtiot eivät lähtisikään tähän mukaan, niin totta kai jokainen ilmastoteko on askel oikeaan suuntaan. Ja EU toimii tosi hyvänä suunnannäyttäjinä muille valtioille ja alueille, että miten toimia tulevaisuudessa. Sitten esimerkiksi liikenteen muuttuessa vihreämmäksi EUssa voidaan luoda yrityksiä, jotka sitten luo painetta muiden maiden yrityksille toimia tavallaan ympäristöystävällisemmin.
Ja lisäksi, koska ilmastonmuutosta nyt ei voida kokonaan torjua, niin EU tekee tärkeää työtä ilmastonmuutokseen sopeutumisen edistämiseksi. Eli EU esimerkiksi kerää dataa ilmastokriiseistä ja tämän datan avulla voidaan sitten valmistautua näihin kriiseihin paremmin tulevaisuudessa.
Lämpimästi tervetuloa.
A warm welcome to this event organized by Heidi Hautala and Fair Trade Organization on Corporate Responsibility and Corporate Responsibility Act. I am Josetta Nousjukki, Responsibility Manager of the Fair Trade Organization. Commission has given its proposal for a corporate responsibility or corporate sustainability due diligence directive. How will the processing of this directive progress, and why is it important to discuss this issue right now? Heidi Hautala. Since February, as you said, there was a Commission proposal preceded by various consultations and discussions, proposals by the NGOs, and the European Parliament already took up this initiative a couple of years back and came up with its own motion of a European-wide system, and we've been relying on these UN guiding principles on corporate responsibility that were adopted in 2011. And this autumn is an important time where both the two legislative bodies of the EU will process this motion and give their decision. So this is an important time to try and make an influence. It's not the first and last time, but it's still at the crucial point. And we have been lucky to get a great group of long-term experts on the UN guiding principles and corporate responsibility here. First of all, we have Emilia Koski, Head of Corporate Responsibility from Tokmanni, and Juha Erkkilä, Vice President Sustainability, Excellence and Reliability from Outokumpu. Let's go through what the UN guiding principles actually mean in practice. Tokmanni has a great variety of products. So how have you started to monitor human rights risks in your supply chain? Yes, it's true. We have about 30,000 items and lots of suppliers, about 1,100 factories in risk countries. Tokmanni was listed in 2016 in the stock exchange, and that time we had a human rights assessment, and that was a kind of a driver for us to take this responsibility work forward. At the time, we considered it important, still do, by the way, to develop ourselves in questions of responsibility, because these low price consumer goods trade can only develop with these questions in mind. And so we focused on this principle and surveyed our biggest risks in terms of human rights and wanted to avoid those risks. And on the practical level, the collaboration with various stakeholder groups, particularly internally with our purchases in Shanghai, is very important. And currently, about 12% of our purchases come from China, 75% come from Finnish suppliers. And we are in BSCI and other systems. We have our own factory checks, reviews, and we are now undergoing more thorough human rights reviews in selected locations in Turkey, in Myanmar, where we only have a couple of factories in use anymore, and then probably in China as well. So based on these identified risks, you've identified these, and that's the same risks that we get from the BSCI. Could you just say what is BSC? Business for Social Compliance Initiative. And Juha Erkkilä, you have a lot of experience in metallurgy and the mining industry, and in your company you're responsible for this issue. So how did it speed up your processes when Finnwatch, that is monitoring Finnish companies' operations abroad, found out that the ferronickel that you purchased came from areas that actually had quite significant negative impacts on local people and environment. Yes, of course, Outokumpu is a producer of stainless steel, and we use ferronickel to be used as the alloys, in the alloys, and the ferronickel part of it has been supplied to us from Brazil. And Finnwatch here raised some issues they saw in Outokumpu's supplier assessments. This came to us by surprise. We had felt that we have comprehensive requirements regarding our suppliers. We required ISO certifications and many other requirements. But the biggest deviation was the fact that we were not conformed with these UN guiding principles. And as a result, we went through all of our processes and tried to find those gaps and also see how they reflected themselves also in our management system. So we started with the human rights risk assessment and started with that, and found the most essential risks. We found about a dozen of them. And for all these risks, we came up with mitigation, the measures to avoid them. And we have then integrated them into our risk assessment, risk management system in our company. So we basically took it into an existing management system and needed to get the management's commitment to these human rights issues. They are now being incorporated into our activities and are brought there with sufficient resources. So we actually set up a supplier responsibility team that actually conducts these the reviews locally. So you've actually visited the mines in Brazil, visited the ethnic people there, and we heard that it was the first time, according to them, that a European client actually showed up there and was interested in their conditions and lives there. What were these experiences like? This was very interesting feedback, and we've heard of this from Brazil and also from other locations where we've conducted our audits. And it's always provoked positive dialogue with the local population, people, to show that we here are interested in what's going on there and where their products end up. And this has then created dialogue with our producers, suppliers, subcontractors. What is essential here is to have that good dialogue so that we can actually have a say in those regions that are not really directly under our own influence or control. So therefore we can have an impact of that. But you haven't lost your good night's sleep by worrying about the things you need to find out. Well, there is plenty to do, so of course you might lose your sleep over that. What have you learned from the UN guiding principles, and what is important to your company about them in particular? Well, they bring clarity to the human rights work. They create a framework for that work. Yes, I think the UN guiding principles are maybe a little bit loose as definitions, so you need to see how this is applicable to your company and how you can comply with them. And this is what we practiced in the beginning, and then we took them into practice, and this is something that you learn by experience, by doing it in practice as well. I see. Have you found best practices in reducing and controlling those risks that you identified? Shall I respond first? I think we ended up in a similar process that you did Juha, at Outokumpu, so it's important to integrate these existing processes to increase our competency, that to have tight cooperation with the suppliers. And of course, there are various points, issues that we've clarified. We have now more audits in various countries with new suppliers. And just now last year, we updated our responsible purchasing guidelines, and we wanted to draft them with a point of view of complementing existing guidelines so that there wouldn't be too much new elements and processes in the current management processes. It's not simple, and there's a lot of work still to be done in developing it. I would like to add that training the personnel about it is time-consuming. Human rights issues may sound a little bit scary. How does that apply to my work, for example? So you need to explain that. What does it mean in occupational safety? That might be quite easy to explain, but it could also have a link to greenhouse gas emissions, for example. So you can open and explain that package with regard to how that affects human rights and how we can mitigate it by actually regulating another aspect that then has reflections on human rights. Do you feel that Outokumpu has a competitive advantage by taking this issue very seriously? Because I've been meeting with a lot of mining companies that are not showing such a responsible attitude towards human rights issues. So do you consider it as an essential question of competition too? Well, we do consider it as a must-have, actually. Something that is required of a European or Western player to be able to operate on the global market. And we've been building a responsible steel certification system in our industry, which was built together with NGOs and other interest groups. And we're looking for certification for all our sites for this year, actually. I think at this point I could give you some background information about this directive, but it was already mentioned that there was the UN Human Rights Council's principles on the three principles, so that the government still is responsible ultimately to protect human rights. But what was radical to me when I read about this, probably around 2011 when it was adopted, was that corporations have the responsibility to respect human rights. And that, to me, was a radical idea that I had never imagined that would be the case. And the third thing was the hardcore of the whole legislation, that should it happen that a corporation neglects its obligation with regard to human rights, the victims that suffer from this neglect are entitled to compensation and justice. And this is something that makes this whole exercise quite challenging. After years of pondering, the Commission ended up giving a motion where these three principles will be implemented when possible, and it has received a lot of positive feedback because it wasn't quite self-evident that the Commission can give out this, but there was clear social demand for it, and we will be inviting more companies invited here to share their experiences. But there are clear signs that the big audience client expect that they will not be involved in any human rights conflicts or violations when they purchase products that companies are selling. So that is one incentive for these companies to take these issues into use. But I had the honor of meeting John Rugg, who unfortunately perished in cancer last year, but John Rugg was extremely enthusiastic about the way in which the EU really approached it and took it seriously, that we're not just talking about certificates and green stamps and so on, but it actually involved obliging legislation. And he had heard various instances also within the European Parliament where they had various ideas of what it could mean, but also heard OECD, the United Nations, and other international instances. So there was now a very wide basis for starting these initiatives. And of course, our global challenges, they can be local too, but they are so huge that governments can't cope with them alone. And that's why they need to incorporate everybody. And that was Kofi Annan's idea, that we need to involve citizens and companies in this. But there are some tricky points in the Commission's motion that many people would like to fix. Let's see what our corporate guests have to say about this. But first of all, this due diligence obligation would only apply to established business relations. And there were some suspicions about this, because as you can guess, many companies could have just short-term or temporary mechanisms. And if the legislation would cover those short-term business relations, that would mean that the human rights assessment in the value chain can't be comprehensive, but probably has a lot of weak points. And I think we also need to be critical about the Commission's motion to say that the due diligence obligation could be processed so that a company can make its subcontractors take care of these things. And there's a question of whether this kind of a system can be trusted. I think it is a kind of a weak link, a weak basis to take care of this. So I think we need to have better mechanisms to make sure that these directive will be in line with the UN guiding principles. And another question is whether this should also apply to SMEs. Currently, the situation is that many SMEs are subcontractors, suppliers to bigger companies, and for large corporations, it is problematic if their subcontractors are not party to these obligations. And in the textile industry, I've seen a lot of artisan type of very small enterprises. So if they don't have that obligation, how can they actually make sure they remain competitive if that part is completely neglected? And there is a question of the legal responsibility under discussion now, and I think the Commission has come up with a fairly good system where there will be some sanctions if companies neglect this obligation, and there would be competent authorities. I don't know which one that would be in Finland. Maybe it's not yet a topical question. And related to that, there is the question of whether it should really happen that in Bangladesh, say, the roof of textile factory will collapse. How about those 400 women and the surviving family members will get justice in such aggravated human rights violations? And this case that actually, unfortunately, took place at Rama Plaza, their case was such that they hadn't thought about that the factory could actually breach the rights of their workers. Maybe we should expand this discussion now on the legislation and on how we can best safeguard the weakest, the rights of the weakest in the value chain. Now I would like to welcome the representatives of Alko, Neste and Orkla. And while the panelists will find their seats, I would like to ask the audience, just by raising your hands, do you believe that it will be easier for consumers to make responsible choices with the new legislation. So raise your hand if you do think so. Actually, quite a few hands raised. I would say the majority, at least from those present here to now. Maybe, I don't know what the situation is online. However, welcome, Maria Alho, Sustainability Manager from Alko, Nina Norema, Head of Human Rights from Neste, and Nina Olin from Orkla, Finland. In the UN Guiding Principles, the starting point is the risk-based approach, depending on how severe those risks are. Are you in favor of this kind of an approach? If so, we would like to hear your arguments for it. Should we just have hands raised? Who is in favor of incorporating this risk-based approach also in our legislation? I have to say that these companies are already quite progressed in this work, and that's how they were selected.
So who would like to give us some reasonings why you think so? Well, referring to a bit what Juha said in his previous address about human rights and related issues may seem alien, and you need competence and know-how and discussion. And I would say that thinking of risk assessment, it wasn't totally obvious for us in our organization how to do it. As Emilia said, how to generate a framework, and then we had to consider how we will assess risks. But now, after a good 10 years or so, having done it, we won't put it to question anymore. How about others? Do you agree, or is there something you'd like to add to this? Perhaps, generally speaking, I'd say that regarding the corporate sustainability legislation, the more we are in line with the UN's guiding principles that we've practiced for many a year, the better. And the risk-based assessment is very strongly coming out of there, as well as also various definitions on what the corporate responsibility and sustainability is in a certain situation. To me, it also takes into account the different types of participation or involvement into human rights violations. In fair trade, we, for one reason or another, work more with pioneer companies, and we've noticed that many a company has started using the UN's guiding principles. They've analyzed them, they work accordingly, and we see it also slightly dangerous how the Commission has limited the scope, and it might just go backwards if it had to be contractual based as a system. Fair trade also expect that there will be a living wage, as otherwise, without a regular income, the most vulnerable are not able to also move into more sustainable production methods. But unfortunately, for instance, in the cocoa plants in Ghana, in the Ivory Coast, we have 1.6 million child workers, and only one family out of 10 will earn their living. That is enough in terms of a living earning. Maria Alho, you've been quite a pioneer in Alko. So how do you take working conditions and living wages into account whilst sourcing your wines? I could give you a long lecture on this, but I'd say there were good basic elements mentioned already by Juha and Emilia, and I'd just like to add to that, that when the basic processes and frameworks are right, and we've analyzed and assessed the risks and monitored the situation, perhaps the learning curve after that for us was that we need to develop our competencies, knowledge, understanding, and we also need to make and advance that also in the procurement and in the subcontracting part as well, be it about rewarding or be it about the rights and conditions. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is about dialogue between different interest groups, in particular that those who are most vulnerable are also heard as well as their representatives. As a fairly recent example, as we've also started working together with the UFA, which is the global trade union representing agricultural workers and want to strengthen the status and position of agricultural workers, seasonal workers, and their understanding about their own rights is something that we can also share. And of course, about living wage, we are just only starting a dialogue between different parties to our supply chain. And as a representative of the trade and commerce, it's always thought that the representative of the trade is able to solve the problem, but it's also all other parties involved. This has also been highlighted quite a lot in the recent debate. And as we've spoken about the agricultural sector, we have seasonal workers and their turnover. It's also something that makes it easy to violate human rights. And very often, as it has been researched, that if the consumer price or producer price increases, it then mostly goes into the brand itself. For instance, cocoa, and I've worked a lot on that, is a good example on when we buy a fancy chocolate in Europe, it is the brand that gains the income, the major income from it. And do you have any experience of that? If I buy the €5 T-shirts from Tokmanni, they're as good as also the €30 T-shirts from a bigger brand. But how about yourselves? How do you monitor this? Where does the money and income go? Perhaps thinking of the living wage, I'd say that the Amphory has developed. Now we have a new code also from the auditing results, which then systematically checks the minimum wage as well as also living wages and the gap between the two. And of course, that is variable from country to another. And Bangladesh is one of the most challenging countries in this. We're not so far yet. Or are you actually asking how big a part? Yes, that's what I mean, that most likely the €5 worth T-shirt produces as much for the worker as the €30 T-shirt. It may be. It is difficult for us to assess how much the worker gets. Perhaps within a certain time frame we're able to do it when transparency increases as the production chains are really long. There are so many actors and players, and we are just one individual customer for a certain plant. Although we've visited the site, we've not been able to exercise so much power on one particular plant that we'd be able to raise the wages. That is an important perspective, actually, as many companies say that many of those challenges are such that individual companies are not able to solve them. And therefore, in the European Parliament, we've tried to strongly make the European Commission make a move, having a dialogue with the producing countries and make sure that they ratify and apply the ILO conventions. And then there are countries such as Bangladesh. I just went on an assignment in Bangladesh in July, and the business model is that textiles are produced cheaply with cheap labor, and politicians own at least one textile company where they get huge revenues from. So it is not only one party that makes orders that can have a big say on that. And then from Orkla, but maybe I can add to that first. It is also about sector and sectoral cooperation, which is really important. And in the textile industry, for instance, there are mechanisms developed where a single company can also have their say and be influential. But Nina from Orkla, I'd like to give a brief comment regarding chocolate and cocoa, as that is one of the raw material that has been identified risky and one of our main raw materials. And as Heidi said, it's quite difficult for an individual company or single company to monitor and see how the production takes place on the site. So we've learned that the challenges in the producing country are so complicated that we from the Nordics are not able to understand them. It is difficult to monitor them from here. So that is why we've opted for working together with the certification organizations that do already have the methods and means to be influential on site and then able to audit and monitor the situation. I know it is not a perfect solution, but it's better than nothing. And we are able to also have a little say on the wage levels as well for the smallholders and farmers. That is really important in practice, and one way forward is certifications and certificates. And it's good to have a look at the certificates and certifiers to see how they are concentrating on the very source and the origins and how much they can support the local workers. Nina, in Neste you also have slightly more difficult raw materials. How about palm oil? What is the challenge of that and also its production chains, and then the violations of human rights in relation to that for Neste, and how do you diminish them and how do you reduce them? In general, human rights issues in relation to raw materials and raw material chains are our priority, and both for the production of palm oil, but also for renewables. We've worked a lot for that. We are working a lot on that. And according to the UN guiding principles, we've tried to go forward as of 2015. That means we do plenty of preempting work. We have a very thorough process to accredit new suppliers. We evaluate them according to sustainability criteria, and also we take them further to the supply chain and the existing suppliers, and we spoke about that earlier. It is about training and education. So we do work a lot in keeping connection with the existing suppliers, tell them what we expect of them regarding respecting human rights and what does that mean in particular for them and how they can apply that. We organize workshops for suppliers, we train them. And thirdly, I'd like to mention about cooperation. Neste as well is not always the biggest buyer, and the more we procure raw materials which are leftovers or residues of other processes, we are not the client number one. We might be even the smallest. So therefore, even a minor cooperation with other operators, organizations and countries is of extreme importance. Lately, for instance, the Consumer Goods Forum and Human Rights Coalition, where there are approximately 20 big global brands in addition to ourselves working at the same problematics regarding the supply chains in the same areas and regions, has been really useful and important. Now I have to ask a question which is also related to this EU directive about consultation, consulting different stakeholders. And the proposal of the Commission is quite mildly put, saying that when it is relevant, they will be consulted. And I think that Neste is a good example on companies that can well learn from the worst critics. For instance, the Finnwatch and Outokumpu case. The Finnwatch organization raised target groups and parties or improved their situation. And I think personally that the EU Parliament, for instance, would have to make this point tighter, and the consultation should be carried out thoroughly, as that is the best source of information for companies, for them to know where things could go wrong, and that could also then have major repercussions for the companies as well as also for all these interest and target groups. So does anybody agree with me that the directive could be slightly more clearly expressed and more tightly expressed? I can partially agree. I'm not agreeing on everything. Generally speaking, consultation and the dialogue between the interest groups is important in order to be able to identify consequences on human rights and collect data. It could be different types of activities. It could be auditing on site, could be hearing the local community somewhere and mapping out their opinions. As situations are different, there are different raw materials for procurement. There could be bigger investments or smaller projects. To me, whether the wording then is it appropriate or what is? It's relevant. It is fairly good, but it also needs to be flexible in terms of having consultation differently in different contexts. I think that is the most important idea. But if the company neglects the important source of information and their responsibility for the interest groups, that doesn't give you a good outcome. And then again, consultation and dialogue is extremely important when we think of infringing or breaching human rights and then want to remedy that and find means to sustainable remediation and then also means to monitor whether it has been remediated. I'd like to also raise a practical example on the dialogue. It is not always easy. For instance, a few years back, we were together with the Nordic alcohol monopolies and wanted to learn about how to have a constructive dialogue. So there are different means. And I do agree that when you also want to extend that to the whole supply chain and all the interest groups, you have to make choices. I just wanted to join in what Nina said about when you have a supplier that has different customers from the same sector having the similar problems and dilemmas. So it would be good to have a dialogue with that particular reference group to be able to do together. But of course, there are also challenges in relation to competition and competitive features, although that would serve for the benefit of everybody. So perhaps there would be something to improve. Maybe I would ask that perhaps our participants want to contribute to our discussion or have questions to our panelists. So as we are waiting for bold hands to be raised from the audience, let us ask a question. What should be the size of the companies to which this directive would be applicable to? Currently, the EU Commission proposes that it would apply to only 1% of companies. And nevertheless, the US guiding principles oblige all companies and corporations. So should this cover all corporations regardless of their size? Also SMEs? Who considers it should be so? Hands, show of hands. Quite unanimous here amongst the panelists, even a bit surprising, I'd say. And you represent big corporations. Well, now we need a bit of reasoning behind here because this is an absolute point of dispute. As in the trade sector, as it was said, we have plenty of subcontractors, plenty of their activities, and we insist that they respect human rights. And therefore also that would mean that this demand would also go further down in the supply chain. Yes, briefly, I'm agreeing with the previous speaker. So we hope that this regulation and piece of legislation is as covering as possible, also covering the SMEs. We need them to work together with ourselves, and hopefully in this case it will take into account the size of these companies and then to the smaller companies also then puts them into proportion, so according to the proportionality principle. I'd like to ask Nina from Orkla, as Orkla is a Norwegian group, can I say group? So Norway has already legislated a national law regarding corporate sustainability and due diligence. And one reason given there is that the citizens have a right to know. So has Orkla worked on this? Has it also been contributing to the legislation? I'm not able to give you details on discussions, but certainly there's the hope for transparency behind. And perhaps as we speak of a value chain, we may think that trade is the end point of the value chain, but we want to think that there's also the consumer and the end user, and they also have a right to know the origins of the product and the background of the product. So it is about the transparency principle, and that is what we also want to emphasize in our own value chains and bring the transparency down to the product and brand level. Do we have questions from the audience? Yes, there's one hand up there. Just a second, we'll bring you the microphone. Thank you, Ilari Kallio from the Trade and Commerce Association. A couple of comments and maybe a question. Regarding the Trade and Commerce Association and the trade sector, we consider that this should cover all corporations, but the bigger should not be able to bind the smaller with their own contracts because they might be able to exclude them from their own supply chains or perhaps set obligations that would be more demanding than the law itself. Then about the value chain and the supply chain, and we of course hope that it would be the supply chain that will be looked upon by the companies, because in the retail, in the consumer business, it's difficult to know, if we think of the value chain, whether the consumer will recycle the product appropriately. And when we think of the end of the life chain, we would like to see a terminological precision. And it would be interesting to hear, as we have so many corporate representatives here present, how do you see the value chain? And then again, we spoke about the risk-based assessment. We, of course, are supporting that. But if we had parties and partners, contractual partners that are established partners, would that also then be binding for them? Because hopefully the company is not only making choices just thinking of how they can avoid certain obligations posed by the legislation. So is it about the contractual partners and then the risk-based approach? How does that have an impact on how then it will be applied for? So thank you. Very good questions. Now, as we have very little time, so please be concise. And you don't need to answer everything, but if there's something you'd like to pick up and raise. Maria, do you have thoughts? Emilia. Yes, I think it is about the supply chain. As a representative of the trade sector, I think we'd hope more for that. As you did say, regarding the value chain, we're still not able to tackle how products that we sell are being recycled. What is the end use of them, and what does the end user do with them? I could just compliment and say that we have slightly less articles. We have about 11.5 thousand products, but as you know, we do have product groups in ALCO which are not so broad, and you know that Finland is a positive example in the sense that we have a good recycling rate for the packages, so we perhaps are in a slightly different situation than other parts of the trade sector. But be it whichever, we have to say that as I've been involved in the sustainability work, whatever choices we make, they are demanding, they're not easy. So very, very few solutions are easy to these problems. Perhaps to quickly to react to the question, perhaps certain binding nature can only be applicable to the supply chain, but we do see that we have a certain responsibility for helping the consumer to recycle correctly and also be responsibly an end user. So we want to be involved in that to improve that part of the value chain. Of course, I do agree. And if we add to this, we have recycling instructions to the labeling, but that's of course on a voluntary basis for the end user then. We think of the value chain and then selling the products within the scope, and that would be within the scope, we'd of course get a better coverage regarding human rights impacts will come for us. But perhaps also we can say that you can only vote one way with your pocket, and that's something also that you have to keep in mind. That was a good comment too. I think now we have to start closing this session. I think we've heard surprisingly unanimous opinions and visions, and we hope that this Commission proposal would develop so that we have the risk-based approach. And regarding the Fair Trade Association, we hope that the legislation would promote the observation of one's own practices when purchasing things, and also then wanting to secure the well-being and the living wages of those most vulnerable. So this shows that this is real life for many companies, as we've discussed here. So it is important, I guess, to find clear principles that the companies feel they can apply, as finally they are the ones in charge for severe consequences. And I think it is a challenge for corporate management and executive. You have to learn to speak about the sustainability and sustainability language, which is pluralist as a concept. It is diverse, and it is not just a one approach. It also has to be integrated into the top management as a thinking model and language to be used. And there's no one clear and single model for this. But I do believe that sustainability would have to have an impact on awarding and remuneration of company management. And that is, of course, for the Nordics quite obvious, as they are so sustainable anyway in their behavior. But I'd like to secure this one way or the other. Thank you very much for everybody, for our audience, for all panelists. And so together and in partnership and cooperation for the better future. Thank you, Josetta. Thank you, Fair Trade. This was the third time in the Eurooppa-foorumi for this particular topic. Perhaps next year we can see the ready-made product and how it works. Maybe we could take a photo.
EU perustettiin aikanaan Euroopan kansakuntien välisen rauhan takaamiseksi. Mutta mikä on EUn rooli nyt muuttuvassa turvallisuusympäristössä?
EUn maiden väliset suhteethan on aika hyvät tällä hetkellä, mutta uusia uhkia löytyy esimerkiksi ulkopuolelta. Venäjän aggressiivisuus on kasvanut. Sitten EUn ulkopuolella on myös lähialueilla erinäisiä ongelmia ja kyteviä kriisejä. Tämän lisäksi uhkapalettiin osa luo esimerkiksi ilmastonmuutos tai kyberuhat tai sitten vaikka sosiaaliset ongelmat, jotka kehittyy ja eskaloituu maiden sisällä. Eli tässä on aika laaja uhkapaletti.
Miten EUn tulisi toimia Venäjän suhteen tulevaisuudessa?
No, tämä riippuu tosi paljon Venäjästä itsestään. Mikäli Venäjä jatkaa nykyisellä autoritäärisellä ja aggressiivisella linjalla, niin sehän on ihan selvä, että EUn täytyy jatkaa tiukkaa linjaa. Mutta mikäli tällä pitkällä aikavälillä Venäjän hallinto osoittaa selkeää muutosta, niin myös EUn on pystyttävä reagoimaan myös sitten monella eri tavalla tällaisiin hallinnollisiin ja tilanteiden muutoksiin.
No mä ajattelen, että kaikki pakotteet ja rajoitustoimet, mitä meillä on ollut viime hetkinä, ne on ollut välttämättömiä tässä tilanteessa, mutta mä koen itse, että ne on tilapäisiä ratkaisuja. Mun mielestä, kun lähdetään ratkaisemaan ongelmia, niin meidän pitää löytää keinot niihin juurisyihin. Ja tälleen niin kuin nuorena, niin ehkä mä haluan ajatella, että me pystytään lähitulevaisuudessa rakentamaan uudet Venäjä-suhteet tavallaan semmoiselle vakaammalle pohjalle, missä me pystytään keskittyä semmoiseen vahvaan dialogiin ja tuomaan niitä EUllekin tärkeitä arvoja, esimerkiksi demokratia ja tasa-arvo.
Yksi asia näissä Venäjä-suhteissa on se, että tällä hetkellä me siirrytään pois esimerkiksi venäläisestä energiasta. Että meillä ei tule semmoisia riippuvuussuhteita, mitä meillä on tähän mennessä ollut. Ja kun ei ole näitä riippuvuussuhteita, niin se EUn liikkumavara muodostaa niitä uusia suhteita on myös paljon laajempi kuin semmoisessa tilanteessa, että Venäjällä olisi esimerkiksi jonkinnäköisiä tämmöisiä peukaloruuveja, joilla se voisi kiristää esimerkiksi Euroopan koko energiatilannetta kylmänä talvena.
Good afternoon to all of you here in the room and behind the screens. And welcome to this late afternoon debate, which is organized by Committee of the Regions. And Committee of the Regions represents the voice of regions and cities in the EU, and it has 329 members, and from all of 27 EU countries. And among us here we have city councillors, which are Niina Ratilainen from Turku and Sari Rautio from Hämeenlinna, and they are members of the European Committee of the Regions. And it's my honor to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Olga Dibrova, Ambassador of Ukraine to Finland. Welcome.
Thank you.
And then we also have with us Jaani Pietikäinen from European Investment Bank's Helsinki office. And in coordination with the European Commission, the European Investment Bank is providing more than 2.3 billion to help Ukraine repair the most essential damaged infrastructure and resume critically important projects. This is supported by guarantees from the EU budget. And my name is Ulla Karvo, and I work as a manager of EU affairs in Association of Finnish Local and Regional Authorities, shortly in Finnish, Suomen Kuntaliitto. It's always pain to say it in English because people fall asleep in halfway before I finish it. But to get into these issues, why we are here. First of all, European Commission and government of Ukraine are establishing a Ukraine reconstruction platform to coordinate EU support. Regional and local level will play a significant role in channeling this support. And also the European Committee of the Regions and several organizations representing European municipalities and regions have launched a European alliance to promote the reconstruction of Ukraine. And this is because of, its purpose is to help local level in Ukraine. And Ukraine has suffered massive damages, and at this point, this cruel and pointless war has lasted 6 months, actually 8 years. And there is no end in sight to the war, and Russian missile strikes continue to wreak havoc on civilian targets, like yesterday, unfortunately, and on your Independence Day, it was very sad again. So I would like to start this with the ambassador and ask you, how do you feel about this? Is it the right time to talk about reconstruction at the moment, or should there be a ceasefire in Ukraine first, or how do you feel about it? Winter is coming, and so could you just tell your mind?
Thank you very much. It's a big pleasure to be here. And first of all, I would like to thank all the Finnish people and also my colleagues, fellow ambassadors, for warm congratulations on the occasion of the Independence Day of Ukraine yesterday. And I would like to especially underline the role of local municipalities because they showed enormous activity in showing blue and yellow all over the country, and we saw it in Turku and in other cities visit, and many pictures were sent to our embassy yesterday with a lot of creativity from local governments how to celebrate together with Ukraine. Regarding the reconstruction of Ukraine, first of all, I wouldn't say that there is no end of war in sight, because we are now in a completely different situation that we were half of a year and 1 day ago when the full-scale invasion started. When we compare the number of airstrikes, they are now less not like 100, not 10 times, but 100 times per day. But of course, the Russian side, unfortunately, does nasty things. And in my communications with media yesterday, I said that we are expecting some unpleasant surprises for our Independence Day yesterday. And unfortunately, after I've given those interviews, these tragic events in Chaplino, in the region of Dnipro, took place, taking away the lives of 25 people, and among whom 2 are kids. But nevertheless, we see from the battlefield and from the different resources that the Russian side is absolutely desperate now. And this is why they continue to resort to different terror acts, like, for example, threatening the whole Europe with Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station by mining it and continuously bombing it, because this is the largest nuclear power station in Europe, and should it explode, it will be 7 times Chernobyl. But this is their way to push us to negotiations. But I would like to emphasize that the only way to provide security, which is essential for the peaceful living in our European home, and also, of course, for rebuilding, is providing the full victory of Ukraine in a military sense. And when I say full, I mean the full restoration of the territorial integrity of Ukraine within internationally recognized borders. All other solutions will be absolutely just a delay of another attack. And as you rightly said, we experienced it since 2014 when we tried negotiations. We tried to and not just us, maybe more than us, our Western partners. They try to pacify Kremlin, and unfortunately we see the tragic result of this kind of action, if not to say inaction. But coming to rebuilding, by the time the complete military victory of the Ukraine is achieved, there is some time because of the time needed for the supply of sophisticated weapons, the time needed so that Lend-Lease starts to work, and it will last for some months, obviously. But there are immediate needs of Ukraine, because Ukrainians are courageous people, not only on the battlefield, but everywhere they are. And people are returning to their homes. The inflows into Ukraine now on our borders are now quite considerable. Of course, people leave and go because they want to see their homes and then return to safe places, because of the vicinity to the front line. And sometimes it is dangerous to come back to Ukraine. For example, what we experienced in the suburbs of Kiev, people were returning, but finding grenades in the children's toys, in washing machines, in other home appliances. But many people stay, and there are immediate needs of the Ukrainian people that need to be met for them to survive the winter. And for this, we should not wait, of course, until the full peace, full victory is achieved. And of course, many of these needs are now financed by the budget of Ukraine. But there are quite a few companies who want to be part of success of the Ukrainian of the Ukrainian story. They want to contribute to the survival now and to the victory, full victory later on. Immediate damages, we have no possibility to wait until full ceasefire is achieved. So we are forced to do it right now, and all the help by our allies is very, very valuable. This is the first stage. But the second stage is a big recovery. And when we say recovery and rebuilding, we don't mean just building up the walls and cleaning up, the ruins. For Ukraine, it is a much broader vision, which includes for example, climate change issues, making Ukrainian economy climate friendly, having fulfilled green transition, also using absolutely energy efficient technology. And this is quite the right time to start these discussions now. And if you ask me what were the topics of this majority of the speeches which I made even before summer holidays in Finland, I will answer you that they were regarding rebuilding, because all the associations of Finnish businesses, they are very much interested in participating in the rebuilding. And we have to prepare in a very thorough, in a very detailed way. For example, with Finland, based on our good cooperation in the area of education, and based upon the call of the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, when he was addressing the Finnish Parliament later in spring, we are expecting the lead of the Finnish side in rebuilding the educational sector. But like I said, it's not just building the walls of the school. It is making the school energy efficient. It is making the school very innovative with top technologies. It is making the surroundings of the school very suitable, for living and pleasant for living, according to the very high lifestyle standards. It is also building inside of the school, like furnishing it, making it, a joyful, pleasant place for the kids to stay, but also building the essence of education, modernization of education, and this is basically the topic on which we are working on with Finland already for several years. So, of course, we are in Ukraine aware of security risks, and we don't want companies and people to be at risk, but at least to be very quick on preparation. It's our task today. And I would say, at least in the Finnish business circles, it is very well understood because, we are also relying on the Finnish way of approaching all the projects when Finns have to digest, think, and then produce a wonderful project. So in my work now, at least 50% is devoted to all kinds of business contacts and contacts with the Finnish government regarding rebuilding. And it is the same case regarding our internal work, between Ukrainian ambassadors abroad, Ukrainian municipalities and central government. We are discussing very heavily how we see the future of our country and how we should prepare. And the result of this preparation is already available for everyone. This is the National Recovery Plan, which Ukrainian authorities presented during the recovery conference in Lugano. It is available. It is a big plan which is designed for 10 years and basically every area is described in detail. So this is the document to work upon.
Okay, thank you for the accurate picture. And for the audience, I have to tell that we agreed that she will tell us a little bit broader answer for my question. So that was very good. Thank you for us to start now after this, more or less. And one thing is that since it will be very difficult or not possible to make Russia accountable for these destructive actions, and it seems now that EU countries have to bear the main responsibility for repairing the damage. So is there some negotiations or ideas to get US or China or some other parties to get involved with the reconstruction? First of you, please.
The vision of Ukraine, how rebuilding should be, it should absolutely include all our partners who helped us to win this war. And this is the essential thought, who and what companies we should include in rebuilding process. So everyone is welcome, everyone who helped us to survive, to win, should share the success story and also should use the opportunities that arise from the rebuilding of Ukraine, because the scale of destructions is immense. Even if we speak about educational institutions, it is already now more than 1,200 educational institutions that are either completely destroyed or damaged. And we are speaking about a big range, starting from preschool, from kindergartens, and ending up with universities. Some we just don't know because we do not have access to the occupied territories. And just think about Mariupol, which population exceeded 400,000 inhabitants. I don't know that. I don't think that Europe has an experience of rebuilding such a big city. So the scale will be absolutely unprecedented. And we thought in Ukraine how we should approach this rebuilding. And first approach was we should approach geographically. For example, Finland should be allocated one region and take the lead of rebuilding the whole region. But then when we have been discovering the scale of destructions more and more, it is obvious that this scale requires partnerships and requires engagement of different countries. So more allies, their larger participation in rebuilding is most welcome, absolutely. But only those who helped us. To continue to help.
So how about Sari and Nina? How is it, how city councillors, how do you see it? What kind of the role like Turku or Hämeenlinna can have in this helping Ukrainian regions and cities and municipalities? How about Sari?
Yeah, thank you, Ulla, and thank you, Ambassador. A very interesting and clear view of what is happening, and I really wish that soon will be the day when we can start to rebuild in a peaceful way. But I totally agree that at the moment we have to do already. In my home city, Hämeenlinna, there were a bunch of women singing Ukrainian songs in front of our church, and we actually celebrated also. So I can say that has made a big it's been a big thing for me to see how important for the normal Finns it is to help Ukrainian people, and I think that is something very special. And when we go to local and regional authorities, cities such as Turku and Hämeenlinna, I think this is something very new, that we can actually see that people understand that we have to work not only on the governmental level but also on the local level. And there was not one word that said we shouldn't do that when Hämeenlinna and also other towns wanted to, already in the beginning of the war, to donate money and open our homes and make the Ukraine centrums and do all various different kinds of actions. And I think that is very important because people really we need the small deeds and then the big things, and that is what we have to do. And there was a good, I think, a good idea also in the Committee of the Regions of this, having twin regions or twin cities. But I think that perhaps it's a good way that we find, as you mentioned, that when we find common interests. So I think education is very good thing and very, very easy thing, I think, for Finland to start to work with Ukrainians. So I think it's the common interests, it's important also. And when it comes to from people to people, I think that is something cities are very much involved in. So I think in Turku you have done also a lot of things.
I do think we have similar experiences, and I want to thank Your Excellency for coming to our beautiful city of Turku and for your work. And I'm really glad that you were able to attend yesterday the celebration of Ukrainian people in Turku. It was really happy events and lots of love and happiness towards the independence of Ukraine. So I'm glad for that. And as Sari said, I think also in Turku and in all the cities of Finland, we have really felt the solidarity of the citizens, city councillors, regional councillors, and companies, and people have really wanted to take action. In this sense, I think the local and regional actors are the most important ones, perhaps, to collect people and give them means to cooperate when they want to participate in our reconstruction and solidarity towards Ukrainian cities and the administration, because we are the most closest to the people. So I really think that cities are quite crucial. When it comes to cooperation in reconstruction, cities have participated already a lot, and I hopefully will do so in future. And I'm sure that my city of Turku and Hämeenlinna also want to set experience in this for sure. But besides reconstruction of the buildings and roads and logistics, I think we have to bear in mind the reconstruction of people's minds and bodies, which is equally important. The society, the culture, and that is something that we can already start to do in here with the people we have in here, the Ukrainians who had to flee to our cities. We really have to support them in whichever way and means they want the support to have. And I think the key and the clue is that we as Finnish municipalities and regions really listen to Ukrainian cities and people who have fled here and what are their needs, and try to follow that.
Yeah, it's very important for a local level to keep this war in mind, that we are not getting used to it and forgetting or something like that. So we have to keep it up all the time. But since we have also here the European Investment Bank representative, so we are going to watch a short video now, and let's see what the European Investment is, what it has been a European Investment Bank's role in Ukraine's reconstruction after the war started in Donbas region 2014. Now many of these EIB-supported projects are either destroyed or remain in Russian-controlled areas. But let's see how the video shows us thing.
The early recovery program in Ukraine was set up in September 2015 after the Minsk II ceasefire agreement. It was targeted on the east of Ukraine, the areas which had suffered under the fighting. So we were repairing damaged schools, hospitals, kindergartens, community centres. So my role as a contact person was to go and visit these projects and also to monitor the projects during construction to make sure they were being built to an adequate standard. Just before the invasion this year, it was actually quite a nice place. I look forward to going there. The roads were good, had many restaurants and bars. Mariupol was actually a very nice city. Same with Kramatorsk and Severodonetsk. People were starting to be happy. These projects were becoming largely implemented. We've finished over 100 projects and the other 150 are in various stages of construction. So it's very sad to see these being destroyed, particularly with the equipment as well, because it brought so much hope and for the local people to see they were being their needs were being attended to. So it's very sad to see this happening. The Mariupol Library and IT Centre has now been destroyed. All the computers have been taken away, the roofs are down, its windows are smashed. We have over 150 projects now in the Russian army-controlled zones. 50 projects been damaged. Half of those have been completely ruined. The EIB are not abandoning Ukraine. We're there for the long haul. As our president said, we can rebuild. We're ready to implement recovery programs together with Ukraine going forward. So there's a lot of hope there.
It's a hope what people need, and at the moment the essential infra must be in the picture, in the big picture. Jani, what are your thoughts after watching this clip? Could you tell us about the EIB's current investments and initiatives in Ukraine?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the possibility to be part of the panel today. I think after the video, there isn't really that much to say because it very much highlights the situation. But what we have done and what we will do in 3 points. We have been working with Ukraine since 2007. We have financed 54 projects for a total amount of over 7 billion. And we stepped up our intervention already in 2014 after the events in Crimea. Then after the invasion earlier this year, we had our short-term interventions. We have provided around 2 billion urgent liquidity to Ukraine to meet the government's daily needs, which we have done through repurposing our existing loans. So this is the short-term solution. Then, in the longer term, we are ready, of course, to play a key role in the EU's joint effort in Ukraine. As Ukraine has chosen its European path and has applied for EU membership, it is natural that the EU and the European Commission is ready to play a key role in the reconstruction efforts. And of course, the basis of that reconstruction is the National Recovery Plan that was presented in Lugano. And we, the EIB, through our development bank subsidiary operating outside the European Union, EIB Global, is the EU's bank. We are the financing arm that provides the long-term financing for the walls, for the infrastructure, for energy networks, roads, schools, and other municipal infrastructure. And there, of course, everybody is welcome to join in the efforts to help the municipalities to plan the projects. There we need European municipalities. We need technical assistance funds from the member states and from the Commission. And then, of course, for substantial loan amounts, we need the support of the European Union and its member states. And therefore, in Lugano, the bank's president proposed a new trust fund, the EU-Ukraine Gateway Trust Fund, which would provide investment grants and guarantees to loans that would be granted for the reconstruction of Ukraine. And we welcome all EU member states to participate, and the initiative is open also for non-EU partners, countries, and financial institutions. And also we want to work closely with the other development banks that operate in Ukraine.
So is it, do you have a possibility to help already now in the short term, like coming winter, or is it a little bit further on timeline?
And the two altogether 2.3 billion euros. Majority of those funds have already been dispersed. Okay. So it is the funds are available or have been available already earlier this year. So therefore we can offer support for the short-term liquidity needs. And then, of course, as an investment bank, our key role is to rebuild the infrastructure and green transition, innovation, support to SMEs. So the full spectrum, very much in line with the national recovery plan.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting and really important that there is this like a big picture of the national recovery plan. Even though I mentioned earlier that it's important that we find the partners who have a common interest. It's very important that we build the same puzzle, so to say. And I think it's very important, as you mentioned, that it's really clear, the big picture, and 10 years timeline is. Probably we have to go even further. And I'm really happy that you mentioned also the climate change and the big transition, since the thing is so bad. Yes, yeah, it's here. So why not to make it even better for the future? So I think this is something we can really find good cooperation also with Finnish municipalities. As you know, in Finland we are very supporting really strongly the big the green transition, and also the municipalities are actually working even more than the government. I dare to say the plans in many cities and municipalities are further, and so I think that this is also something interesting that where we can actually find good ways to cooperate, and also the citizens level, not to forget that.
Yeah.
Please.
I would like to join my colleagues by also absolutely agreeing with the fact that it's about people-to-people contacts which are essential. And when we discussed the war in Ukraine and the prospects within the Eurocity conference which took place in Espoo, sorry, I'm bad with timing now, but I think in summer or late spring. It was a special session with the participation of mayors of European cities on how they helped Ukraine, and a representative of Kharkiv. And, you know, everyone agreed that the first response came from the twin cities. And it was actually my essential intention even before the war, but as the war started, it became even stronger to enlarge the network of twin cities. And I'm very happy that with Turku we are already two mayors will be signing the agreement on cooperation. There are already several other projects on the go, and I hope Marina will join. But regarding the rebuilding, it's of course the central government that will be doing the planning, but implementation, resources, human, natural, it's on the heads of the on the shoulders of the local government. And with the decentralization reform in Ukraine, which was quite intensively ongoing before the war, local municipalities are much more powerful now. And regarding immediate needs, I would like to make an example, very recent one, which was announced today by ESPO. I proposed a partner for ESPO and spoke with the mayor of that city, and they said a very practical problem. The city borders on the front line, and they have 60,000 IDPs, especially from the south, which is now under occupation. It means around 15 or 20,000 families. And because it is dangerous to go to school for the kids, it is important that they start with the Ukrainian school online, which was developed, by the way, with the help of Finland during the pandemic time. But what is needed is computers. Because, of course, when people are fleeing, it's good when they had one suitcase in their hands, because many were just running away without anything. And ESPO today announced their 50,000 euros of help for the purpose to assist the distance learning of children. But this is, for example, which I never thought about myself. But the local municipalities, they know about this need and many others. So that's how cooperation between local municipalities becomes practically important.
Yeah, this is a very important discussion, because in Finland we have been discussing about this twinning and twin cities, and it was kind of fading away with some areas, and this crisis really bring it up, the whole thing again, and it's very, very nice and a good thing, and we have to modernize it and find different ways to do it practical and important for both sides, to culturally and in different ways to help people get to know each other and cultures. But since we don't have too much time to left, I go to the last part, and what we were planning to think about is this future in EU. So Ukraine has been granted EU candidate status, and I would like to ask our politicians here, in what time frame do you see that EU membership could be realistic? And is the EU ready to absorb new members? And as we have been talking about it, that reconstruction will take a long time, and how it affects this EU membership. Do you want to start, Nina?
Yes, well, first of all, in the European Committee of the Regions, we have, of course, discussed about this issue already before February, and worked with the Eastern Partnership a lot, and in a cooperation also between the Ukrainian and Finnish cities, because there has been such a good cooperation and peer-to-peer learning even before about decentralization and transparency and the green transition in future, perhaps even more. So. Difficult questions about timing, about this issue altogether, as soon as possible, I would hope so. And I think that perhaps as municipalities can also have a role in this, because we can, as said before, work together to to aid Ukrainian cities to develop the things that they really want to and need to in terms of EU criteria. And as our excellent speaker just said, that I think in 2 hours' time we will be signing the new twin city contract between city of Turku and city of Kharkiv, which I'm really pleased and our whole city is really happy about. And for us, this is a new twin city relationship, but something that when we got the suggestion of Kharkiv for our city, it was quite soon that we realized that there's so much potential for us to learn also from this cooperation when there's 2 cities that have lots of culture and education and really similarities and maybe a common goal on how to develop after we can decide for ourselves how we develop our cities. So I should hope that quite soon, and in the Committee of the Regions and as municipalities, we can also give a hand in this.
Sorry. Yes, I totally agree that we municipalities can give a hand on this. But I believe in the strategic planning. And as you have made already this big picture for the recovery, I think that is something that should be done, and what is going to happen anyway, since Ukraine is now granted as a EU candidate status. So I think this is a big thing, and because we are serious about this, then you have to make a decent plan and make the steps and count from. Okay, so here Ukraine is full member state, and what has to be done before that? So we have to count backwards, and then just to make it done. Not speeches are very important, but then we of course have to also make the deeds. And I'm really looking forward of changing the whole European Union more closer to citizens. And perhaps this might be also, as Nina very wisely mentioned, that this is also a possibility for us to learn. So I think that is way learning together, and then perhaps before 2030 will be long before that, if I dare to say, if the things are happening. I think, yeah, because we have also, if you talk about democracy also, we have problems also in the old European Union countries. So I think this is a possibility that there is always, even in this terrible war, perhaps the good thing is that we finally realize how important it is to take care of the human values and democracy and working together. So, yeah.
Education.
Yes. So I have hope. Yes.
Maybe just a short comment from the bank side. Almost 70% of EIB's lending in the Eastern Partnership region has gone to Ukraine so far, and the majority of that overall has gone to the 3 countries that have signed the association agreement: Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So therefore, now that Ukraine will become a candidate, is a candidate country, there, of course, closer integration to the Union means more activity from the EU's bank. So therefore, of course, this will also should play a role in the process. But of course, it is up to the member states and the Commission to deal with the political issues.
Yes, and of course, reconstruction now is the most important thing. And okay, first of all, we have to get through this winter. Even in Europe, EU, we have to get through this winter, and it's not going to be easy. But together we must find the ways to survive with this energy, and because this war affects the whole world. It's just not the EU or something, but with your grain and all the wheat and everything, it's just affecting everything. So we short term we have to just get through this first step, and then we have to get this reconstruction on the way and do it. So, but now I have to say it's a late afternoon, and we are running out of time, and so I really have to thank our panelists, and most happy that you have been here with us, and we have gotten your great views. And we thank you, audience, being here. And since the time is ending, we can't have any questions from the audience. But thank you for being part of it, and have a nice evening. Thank you. That was a quick 40.